Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. U.S. Secretary of Education Linda McMahon on Thursday toured a Jackson area school, championing state control of education while advocating for an end to her own department's role in managing K-12 schools. Accompanied by Wyoming Governor Mark Gordon, McMahon's visit came as part of her 50-state Returning Education to the States tour. A department spokesperson told Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker that the tour is intended to, quote, empower families and hear from students, teachers, and leaders on best practices in their own communities.
I asked her specifically why she decided to make this move, given that in the U.S., Donald Trump has been very vocal about limiting the power of the Department of Education and instead giving education rights back to the state. She argued that this doesn't represent dismantling the Department of Education, but instead just allowing states to do what they're already doing, which is improving the education of their students. Governor Mark Gordon said he would continue to do what Wyoming does best.
McMahon's plans were to travel to Montana to visit another educational institution on Thursday before departing to attend the funeral of the late political influencer Charlie Kirk. The fatal shooting of a Rock Springs man during a March 12th arrest involving two Wyoming-based U.S. Marshal Service deputies was justified and did not violate federal or state laws. Uintah County's top prosecutor made that determination regarding the shooting of 34-year-old Stephen Sheesley, who died a few minutes after he was shot in the chest by one of the deputy marshals. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the prosecutor's conclusion was based on a DCI investigation into the incident.
This was unique. This one also grappled with a federal crime against depriving people of their rights, willfully depriving people of their rights. And the prosecutor concluded, no, they didn't willfully deprive this man of his Fourth Amendment right against excessive force because they were acting within their duties.
Wyoming self-defense law says that a person may take self-defensive action if the circumstances are such that a reasonable person in his position would believe a real threat is imminent, even if a real threat is not imminent. The California Supreme Court officially ended the drawn-out legal battle holding up development of an export terminal in West Oakland on Wednesday, refusing to hear the city of Oakland's appeal and effectively paving the way forward for the project. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that coal producers in Wyoming are watching this project closely because it could offer access to Asian markets.
The California Supreme Court has refused to hear the case brought by the city of Oakland on appeal, trying to reverse lower court decisions that have paved the way for this coal export facility to proceed in West Oakland. Word came down on Wednesday, and folks in Wyoming were listening. The political fight probably isn't over, but logistically speaking, the developers can now proceed with getting this coal port, and it's not just a coal port, I'd say, with getting this commodities shipping facility up and running.
One of the project's developers, Phil Tagami, estimated there's around 2.5 years worth of permitting and other work ahead, but the first cargo ship could leave the new Oakland port sometime in 2028. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Wyoming families face big challenges and big opportunities. That's why Wyoming Family Alliance is hosting the 4th annual Wyoming Family Policy Summit on September 26th and 27th in Cheyenne. The summit opens Friday night with a gala featuring Congresswoman Harriet Hagman. On Saturday, state and national policy leaders will address pressing family issues such as parental rights, DEI in schools, and more. Reserve your seat today at wyomingfamily.org. That's wyomingfamily.org.
A Grizzly crash involving at least 2 semi-trailers has left at least 1 person dead, another seriously hurt, and the eastbound lanes of I-80 between Laramie and Rollins closed for hours Thursday afternoon. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that the Wyoming Highway Patrol reported the crash near Arlington shortly before noon, and that I-80 eastbound was expected to be closed for around 6 hours.
We still don't know much about what caused these two semis to collide. We don't know how the collision happened, whether one was parked on the side. It's interesting looking at the photo that both front ends seem pretty much obliterated. There's debris all over the road, and it took a good 4 hours, maybe 4.5, to really get it off of the road. They got it opened within their timeline.
What may have caused the crash wasn't initially reported, but the Highway Patrol's investigation is ongoing. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
There's a lot of need in the world, and if you're like me, it can seem too big to make a difference. But that's why I decided to start volunteering with Mercy Shifts. Dedicating a few weeks or months of my life every year in the service of others has brought me more than I could ever imagine. Plus, I'm getting to meet people from all around the world and make lifelong friends. Hey, Michelle. And with so much to do here, there's an opportunity for everyone to make a difference.
High five.
But the best reason to volunteer is knowing that no matter what you do, you're helping change people's lives every day. Whether it's for 2 weeks, 2 months, or 2 years, when you volunteer with Mercy Shifts, you'll find your purpose, your people, and your place in this world. And all you gotta do is visit mercyshifts.org today. I hope to see you soon.
It's a Friday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show. With Jake, we're covering Jackson Walker's story. Secretary of Education visited Wyoming, part of a 50-state tour. I guess it's her going away tour, her exit tour, her take my job and shove it tour. She's advocating that her department is no longer necessary. It's a weird tour. It's like when the Who gets together, or the Rolling Stones, or Led Zeppelin. They say this is our going away, our end tour, our final tour, whatever. U.S. Marshals have been cleared for shooting a man thought to be high on meth, who pretty much wanted to get shot. Sheesley, I mean, everything you read about the case sure seemed like he was encouraging cops to shoot him. They obliged. Horrific crash on Interstate 80 closed I-80 between Laramie and Rawlins for hours yesterday. 2 semi-tractor trailers collided. 1 dead, 1 life-flighted. Big pumpkin drop coming up next month. Jay Richard, Wyoming's pumpkin king, gonna drop a pumpkin. It's not gonna be the biggest, but it'll be from the highest that we're gonna drop it. And he's gonna drop it on a little bully barn or something, but we're gonna drop it from like record height. I'm excited for that. We'll have Jay on for sure. We had him on last year. In fact, we're coming up on our 1-year anniversary, this show is. And I remember having Jay on last year talking about how do you grow a big giant pumpkin? How do you become pumpkin king? And why do you drop them and smash them when you're done growing them? Yeah, we had fun with that. Congresswoman Harriet Hageman was on yesterday on the show. And from that visit, we're learning a few things about her views on fellow House Rep Ilhan Omar, who has said some things about Charlie Kirk, said some things about a lot of stuff. She's definitely been outspoken, and a vote to censor her was close. 1 vote. She escaped censorship by 1 vote, primarily because 4 Republicans switched sides. I say switch sides. They voted to protect free speech and the First Amendment, which I can respect. Harriet Hageman said protection of the First Amendment concerning hateful speech does not extend to or has consequences. You may have the right to say things. That's your freedom. And it doesn't mean, as Jimmy Kimmel found out, you can't be dealt with by your bosses, and it doesn't mean there can't be actions and consequences for what you say. Congresswoman Hageman had that to share with us yesterday, and that's now a story today as Greg Johnson follows up with a story today in the Cowboy State Daily. Senator Brasso won't miss Jimmy Kimmel, he says. Never cared for the show. In fact, he hopes it may go further along with President Trump. Let's get rid of the whole late night crew. Jimmy Fallon was on the other day doing a pretty funny opening monologue. Jimmy Fallon was on, well, I don't want to get into it yet, do I? I was trying to take care of another piece of business. Hold on. Sorry, multitasking is not my forte. It's not most men's forte. We lock on one thing like a dog on a bone, and we cannot multitask. Tons of guests coming up today, this morning, as we head to the weekend. Kimmy, are you up? All right. I got to wake the wife up at 6, and I'm a little late. Jimmy Fallon, who has like the last remaining late night show. I don't know. These shows are on too late for me, but I did see him saying that he's gotten a ton of emails and texts and response saying it's too bad about your job and your show. And Jimmy Fallon's like, no, it's the other Jimmy. Jimmy Kimmel is the one that had his show permanently suspended by ABC. We'll find out. You all know what happened, and we'll get back into it again. Our Washington correspondent, Sean, has the story about how Senator Brasso won't miss Jimmy Kimmel. Congresswoman Harriet Hageman says suspension. ESPN said that ABC can deal with Jimmy Kimmel how they want because it's not a First Amendment right to just spout off and not have your boss, for instance, do something about it. Hageman said First Amendment applies to conduct by government, not private companies like ABC. So even though she told us that yesterday on the show. So even though Kimmel has the right to say what he did, and again, by now you've probably gone back and heard what he said. I didn't think it was that out of line. I mean, he rattled the saber at President Trump. That's what all these late night comedians do. They all use the current sitting president for half their material in a monologue. That's been going on forever. We did get Zuby mentioned yesterday on the Facebook. Zuby, one of our super fans of the show. Zuby said, we just got to go back to Johnny Carson reruns to be safe and to be properly entertained. Just to throw it back old time. Let's run it back old school. Johnny Carson. He wasn't without controversy. I mean, wasn't the guy married like 100 times? But it didn't seem like he was in this kind of trouble all the time. I mean, that was the good old days of Johnny Carson. Yeah, let's bring it back. Cancel all these shows. Colbert, both Jimmys. Leno's already gone. Letterman's already gone. Whoever is still... What about that tall, redheaded carrot dude? He's gone, right? And then there's the guy with the Scottish accent who always... flirts with his women guests. And other than that, I don't know who's doing late night TV talk shows. And I don't know that we really need to know that much about these celebrities anyway. They just come across as mostly vapid. Yeah. But I do get a little worried that if we're becoming state media, state-controlled media. I understand ABC supposedly made the decision on its own to suspend Jimmy Kimmel. But did they really make it on their own? It happened, the ABC's decision happened hours after the FCC director or the FCC chairman, Brendan Carr, said we can do this the easy way or the hard way. And Carr mentions in this article by Sean Barry in the Cowboy State Daily, Carr said, TV, network television, is under the purview of the FCC. Not so with cable TV, not so with internet TV, YouTube, like what I'm doing. The FCC can't call and say, take Jake off the air. But it does have power of license over network TV and radio. And so Carr says he's within his rights to say, hey, ABC, you better rein in Jimmy Kimmel or we may take a look at your license. We may do this the hard way. But to me, that's getting dangerously close to state-sponsored media. Dangerously close. If President Trump has that thin of skin that he hears a bit by Jimmy Kimmel, calls his dogs Brendan Carr at the FCC and says, get Kimmel off the air. That's scary, no matter who you're a fan of in the White House. That's scary that kind of stuff can happen. And again, I'm removing the Charlie Kirk aspect, whether it's Omar, the House rep, or whether it's Jimmy Kimmel. It doesn't have to do with Charlie Kirk. I don't think really at the heart either besmirch the memory of Charlie Kirk. Certainly not Jimmy Kimmel. I don't think Kimmel, with what he said, the quote, caused the family any heartburn or was pointed at Charlie Kirk or his memory. I think it was all about a way to scratch President Trump. It was take a shot at MAGA. And Kimmel's been doing that the whole time he's been on the air. So has every comedian. Every comedian pretty much is, many of them are leftist. Many of them use the president sitting in office as fodder. That's not unusual. What's unusual is the president reacting so immediately that all of a sudden the TV show host is gone off the air in a day. I mean, that didn't take long. And that's a little disturbing as someone in media to think big government can squash you like that. That's state-sponsored media. We've seen how that works around the globe. And it's not very fun. Grizzly bear that clawed its way into a yurt. Your Honor, these 2 yurts were destroyed by a grizzly bear. Actually, 1 yurt. And it was a double incident. A grizzly clawed up a yurt in the Crandall area, Park County, Wyoming. And it was the yurt was on the property of Nan Jackson O'Neill. Her and her husband heard the bear. They believed it to be an older female. It ripped up a yurt. And then the thing is, it came back the next night and then ripped it up even worse. The first night it came, the bear attacked the yurt, which is kind of like white man's version of a teepee, if you're not familiar. The first time there were people in it. That had to be exciting. And the second time, nobody was there, obviously. It only takes one time of a grizzly bear tearing up your yurt, and you get the message. You're not going to spend a second night in said yurt. And the second night, Grizzly come back and really tore it up. And that's behavior that is just unacceptable from what I've seen in more than 2 decades of watching this kind of stuff. Wildlife managers that have zero tolerance for bears that jump on tents, flatten a tent, tear into tents, tear into camps, because that's behavior that just cannot be rewarded. That's dangerous behavior. That's bad learned behavior from a bear. So, yes, Game and Fish did confirm that they had trapped and euthanized a bear in that area. Going back September 16th, personnel responded, trapped a bear in the Crandall area, and it was an older female believed to be about 25 years old. So, yeah, she had learned some bad habits, some yurt smashing. Scattered human remains found in the Wind River Mountains. Sublette County Sheriff's Office responded. It was in a pretty remote area, not often traveled. Lieutenant Travis Bingham said the positive ID hasn't been made. They believe it to be a male. Skeletal remains. They believe the remains to be about 5 years old, so they're trying to match that up with a missing persons from 5 years ago. So far, the Sheriff's Office has been unable to kind of figure out who that could be. There was apparently some kind of identification on the body at this state, but this is 5 years later, and I would assume they have trouble reading it because they said they did find an identification card on the body, but still cannot and have not made a positive ID. We'll keep an eye on that story. Claire McFarland is on it. And finally, the California Supreme Court has cleared a path for Wyoming coal exports to head out to wherever they're going, out the Pacific Ocean, through that Oakland port. We were waiting on a California Supreme Court ruling. Oakland has tried yet again to stop Wyoming coal. And a judge ruled that Oakland has no standing in this, ruled against the city of Oakland. One of the project's developers, Phil Tagami, talked to Cowboy State Daily's David Madison. He said, thank God, even in a very liberal state, meaning California, the judges did not play. And he says it'll take about 2.5 years worth of permitting and other stuff to get ready, but he thinks the first cargo ship leaving the Oakland port with Wyoming coal could happen sometime around 2028, now that all the legal haranguing has been lifted. Let's take a look at your updated weather forecast, Don Day and the day weather forecast. And then we will take a break. I think we're going to have a gorgeous day today. Watch out maybe a little bit on Sunday. Could see some rain. But today, boy, just about bulletproof. Sunny, 76 in Casper. Same sunshine in Riverton with a high 81. Evanston, mostly cloudy, 73. Green River, partly sunny, 77. Pinedale, 72 under partly sunny skies. Alpine, 79. Du Bois, mostly sunny, 71. Jackson, partly sunny, 76 today. Mostly sunny in Thermop, 80. Cody, 76 under sunshine. Buffalo, sunny, 73. Sheridan, foggy start to the day, but the sun will burn it off pretty quick by 9, let's say. With a high of 78. Gillette, sunny, 74. Newcastle, fog in the morning, otherwise sunny, 72. Torrington, 76 with abundant sunshine. Cheyenne, sunny 74, 71 in Laramie with lots of sunshine. Mostly sunny 73 in Rawlins. So a beautiful day across the state. Nary a drop of rain. And let's take a quick break on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am an U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Great to have you along with us this Friday. U.S. Secretary of Education Linda McMahon is on a 50-state tour. It's her farewell tour. She's saying goodbye to her job, her department. Don't call it a comeback, and don't call it a dismantling either, but it's essentially what it is. She told Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker, we're not dismantling the Department of Education, federal Department of Education, but we are getting rid of it, basically. And we're turning education back over to the states. States are doing a good job. States have concerns that are their concern and not necessarily another state's concern. There's reason to return to the states' education decisions. Linda McMahon is all about it. She's drinking the Kool-Aid out there in D.C. So much so, you don't often see this, that the head of a government agency is saying goodbye to my job. And yeah, I think it's strange. She doubled down on President Trump's mission to give oversight of public education back to the states. Governor Mark Gordon is all about it. Certainly, so is Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder. She's talked about it numerous times that there's no need for the U.S. Department of Education, a federal Department of Education. It's unnecessary, wasteful, and in some ways in Wyoming gets in the way of education. So Linda McMahon agrees, and Trump agrees, and Trump has sent her on a 50-state tour, returning educations to the state tour, which is essentially a farewell tour of the U.S. Department of Education. Linda McMahon stopped by in Jackson yesterday, and she was at the Jackson Hole Classical Academy in the brand new facility, the brand new building. She really enjoyed her time with the kids. My wife taught there for many years. I know many of the students and the kids, and they are super smart, super polite. They're exactly what you want in the next generation of kids coming up in Wyoming who one of these days are going to be getting out there in the world. I think McMahon said, what did she say about the kids? She found them very delightful, enlightening, something like that. I'll see if I can find that quote. But yeah, basically, she's just doing the tour. Her stop in Wyoming was made in Jackson at the invitation of the folks at Jackson Hole Classical Academy, and she toured the place. She says, McMahon, you look at the states that have been successful raising their scores, and that's not because of anything that's been done at the federal level. It's because of what it's done at the state level. That's your federal Secretary of Education, Linda McMahon, saying that. Sounding a lot like Degenfelder or Gordon. So she's going to hit Montana next, I think, before she departs to Utah to attend the funeral of the late political influencer Charlie Kirk. That's happening over the weekend. McMahon and Gordon toured several classrooms, encountered students studying everything from number theory to classical literature. They also learned how to write cursive there at the JHCA, and they learned some Latin, a dead language, or is it? McMahon says she was highly impressed by what she saw at the school, referred to the students she encountered as, quote, eloquent during a roundtable discussion. Yeah, it's all part of a 50-state farewell tour by Linda McMahon as she carries out the wishes of Trump as the Department of Education is going away. Not dismantled. I guess it's just semantics. But McMahon did tell Jackson Walker of Cowboy State Daily, first of all, I want to get back to the notion that you keep saying the word dismantled. She wagged her finger at the Cowboy State Daily. I keep saying returning education to the states and getting rid of the bureaucracy of education. So it's all semantics. It's all in a word. The department is going away, whether you want to say dismantled or returning power to the states. We get it. The end result is no more U.S. Department of Education, and now the states will handle decisions made on behalf of their own students for their own students. Shifting gears, Claire McFarland's story about a fatal shooting of a fugitive by federal authorities in Evanston is been ruled justified. The prosecutors looked into it. Uintah County's top prosecutor said Wednesday that it was reasonable to think a man who was on meth was going to try to shoot them. Boy, this in light of, did you see all those law enforcement that were shot in, where is that? I can't believe that's not still a top story. Gunman ambush killed 3 officers as they were serving a warrant. This is flat out hunting human beings. That's what it is. And it's happening more and more. This was an ex-boyfriend, and he just couldn't get the ex-girlfriend out of his mind, and he was probably going to be problematic. He had an AR-15 style rifle strapped to his chest, and I don't know how he was able to ambush and kill at least 3 officers. 5 officers initially had responded. It's just terrible. It's what happens in my opinion. I don't know the details of it yet, but it's kind of, whenever a madman with a gun and with a gun and a grudge has in his mind the intent to point that gun at law enforcement and shoot them, it puts cops in a tough spot. And it's basically who pulls the trigger first, who shoots first in a standoff. And unfortunately, the bad guys have every advantage. Because as we know from the cop shows on TV, law enforcement has to do all kinds of things before they're allowed to shoot you. They have to say, freeze. That's kind of the biggie ever since Dragnet. Freeze. Then they have to identify themselves. Freeze. Law enforcement. Freeze. Uintah County Sheriff's Office. Freeze. U.S. Marshal. Whatever it is. NCIS. By the time you're all done with that, the bad guy's already got his gun out. And he's already sending lead at you. It's not fair. So in this kind of case, in light of the shooting we just saw in, where was it? Pennsylvania? Yeah. Suspect identified. 3 Pennsylvania police officers shot dead. 2 more, I think, were also involved. I don't know if they were injured. Just horrible. So in light of situations like that, I don't mind when law enforcement so-called wins one. I don't want to be crass, but this could have gone another way. Now, it turns out this guy, the bad guy here, was not armed, but there's no way cops could have known that. In fact, that's exactly what the Uintah County prosecutor said. This goes back to March 12th, fatal shooting of a Rock Springs man, Stephen Sheesley, 34-year-old, died on scene. He was having all kinds of issues in his life. He's been in and out of the system. It's not like he wasn't on anyone's radar. When 2 U.S. Marshals arrived to take this Sheesley into custody, he was at age 19 back in 2010. He committed 3rd-degree sexual abuse against a 14-year-old when he was 19. He was sentenced then, sentenced again later for not registering as a sex offender. So, yeah, he's got a rap sheet. In mid-March, U.S. Marshals Nicholas Grundy and James McGee tracked Sheesley to an Evanston trailer park. Deputies have been granted a federal search and arrest warrant in attempt to serve that. Sheesley was in the trailer staying with a girlfriend. I don't know how these deviants still manage to have girlfriends or have relationships of any kind. But the girlfriend answers the door and stalls the marshals long enough for Sheesley to squeeze himself out of the bathroom window. Marshall said later they couldn't believe he even fit out that little thing. He squeezes out the window. He runs to a nearby mechanic's garage or something. Meanwhile, he's heard saying, the man zigzagged as he ran away. Marshals are chasing him. He said, "You're going to have to effing shoot me." he yelled. He later fled to a maintenance shop nearby located within the trailer park. The maintenance worker left the building with his hands up saying, I don't want nothing to do with that or whatever's about to go down. The man later told investigators Sheesley had crashed into the shop and said, I need to get a gun so I can shoot these effing cops. Okay, we've established a lot with Sheesley's intent. Inside the shop, supposedly Sheesley told the maintenance guy before he left, F you, let's do this. You ready? When the marshals got there, Sheesley's hand was inside his pants. He removed his hand as fast as you can do it, said an eyewitness. After McGee and Grundy told him, hands up, identified themselves as deputy marshals, did all the things law enforcement has to do. Sheesley rips his hand out of his pants. They figure he must have a gun, and they don't waste any time. Shotgun goes off. Sheesley goes down. He's hitting the chest with a shotgun. He's hitting the arm with a Glock pistol shot, and he dies pretty quickly after. And Uintah County prosecuting attorney found reasonable cause to believe Sheesley, who after his behavior, after saying all these things, was reasonable to believe the deputy marshals thought he was armed. He wasn't, but didn't matter. Story from Claire McFarland in the Cowboy State Daily. We'll go pumpkin smashing and what else? Pumpkin smashing and maybe talk about Jimmy Kimmel some more, because Barrasso said he's not going to miss the show that ABC just yanked off the air. We'll be back with more on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Yeah, the story's resonating with readers this morning of the Cowboy State Daily, according to Facebook reactions. Big story regarding Barrasso, regarding the whole Jimmy Kimmel exit, or whatever you want to call it. It's not an official firing. Supposedly, ABC said Kimmel can come back to his show if he issues an apology to Kirk and pays money towards... there's some restrictions on how he can get back into the good graces of ABC. But is it? The issue is it really his employer that took action on the show? Or was it pressure from big government? That's a huge distinction. Huge. Because if Washington, D.C. got Jimmy Kimmel fired, that's censorship coming from government. That's state-sponsored media. And we see that at work in countries that have no freedoms. But if it is an employer saying, you have First Amendment rights. Yeah, you have the right of free speech, but we have the right to fire your fanny if you say something we don't like. And that extends down to, McDonald's. If you're working the drive-through and for every customer you say, here's your milkshake and your hamburger and go Biden. Maybe they don't like your message, who you work for. Maybe they don't like your free speech, and they can fire you. Christy has it right. She responds, Kimmel has the absolute right to say what he wants without fear of prosecution, arrest, or jail from the government. What he is not free of is consequences of saying things from his employer. And the consequences are ABC pulled his show immediately, overnight. While he was planning whatever guests were going to be on that night, ABC came knocking and said, you're out. So is that government censorship? It would appear ABC acted on its own, but ABC has been in the crosshairs of the federal government before, including the Disney Channel. Trump has said things before regarding ABC. There's a little history there. And then when you have the quote from the chair of the FCC, who would have the power to take action here by suspending ABC's license, when you have the chair of the FCC saying, look, ABC, we can do this the easy way or the hard way, but President Trump's not happy with Jimmy Kimmel and what he said about Charlie Kirk. Just letting you know. I mean, that's the classic, mobster. That's the classic mafia scene. We're not saying, but we're saying. We're not saying, you can lose your TV license, your broadcast license, but we're saying easy way or the hard way. That sure sounds like a lot of arm bending to me, a lot of pressure. ABC made its own decision to pull Kimmel, and we don't know where that's headed next. One person for sure that's not going to miss Jimmy on the late night shows is Senator John Barrasso. He said he will not miss the show. Didn't really watch it. Didn't like it. Didn't think Kimmel's funny. Neither did Trump. I wouldn't expect Barrasso to have his actual own opinion on Jimmy Kimmel. Even if he loved Kimmel and found most of his humor funny, the second in command at the GOP has got to fall in line with President Trump. And Trump says, Kimmel's not funny. He's a no talent. Trump, I got to go find that tweet he made, that statement he made on his own version of X, Truth Social. It was so Trump-like and so harsh. He's like, Kimmel had no talent, Kimmel. He's even worse, if you can believe it, than Colbert. He said they're both gone now, and we're not going to stop there. Uh-oh, Jimmy Fallon, watch out. Jimmy Fallon had a great monologue. Last night, I saw a little bit of it. Jimmy said two things. Fallon said, I'm not that Jimmy. Everybody thinks my show's canceled. And he said, maybe it will be, but it isn't yet. I'm Jimmy Fallon, not Jimmy Kimmel. And he said, from my employers have told me I have the right to say anything I want. They don't tell me how to behave. I have not heard from the government or my employers about pressure of censorship, pressure on what I can and can't joke about. And then he went on, his bit included him doing things like he would say something and then it was like bleeped out, but it was not bleeped. It was, there was a voiceover that was obviously not Jimmy Fallon's voice that would say things like, President Trump the other day appeared at whatever, and then the voiceover would take over what he was saying and say, his hair looked impeccable and his tie was perfect. Yeah, it was pretty funny. But you can't be funny anymore. Golly, we found out with the left, they had no sense of humor. Liberals would run to their panic room and threaten to cancel you if you upset them. They would call you a bigot, a racist, a germaphobe, not a germaphobe. Well, maybe a homophobe. The left had no sense of humor. Liberals have no sense of humor and a thin skin. Now we're seeing it kind of goes the other way. The right apparently has no sense of humor. They don't appreciate the humor of Jimmy Kimmel, that's for sure. Where is that Trump quote? It was pretty good. I mean, he just went off on Kimmel. That no talent Jimmy Kimmel has finally gone. I saw a great meme that showed Colbert, Kimmel, and the not yet Jimmy Fallon. All their picture was superimposed on guys in McDonald's uniforms. Like they all had new jobs working the fryer at McDonald's because they were out of their old gig. It was pretty funny. The Barrasso, the story from Sean Barry, Cowboy State Daily's White House correspondent, said Barrasso won't miss Jimmy Kimmel. Hageman says suspension not a First Amendment issue. And that gets down really to the heart of it. Do you have the right of free speech, the right to say what you want in America? And we all know that right has certain limitations, yelling fire in a crowded theater, etc. But the right to be, let's say, critical of your government, that's what Jimmy Kimmel was. I do not believe Kimmel's actual comments on his show were disrespectful toward Charlie Kirk and his family. Maybe a little, but not like some of the things I'm seeing. Some people are outright saying Charlie Kirk deserved it. That's what you get when you spew hate, like stuff like that. That's horrendous. And you do have the right to say that. And you have the right to post that on social if you want. And that's America, but it's not, it's super distasteful, obviously. We're not talking about that with Jimmy Kimmel. Kimmel didn't say anything like that. Kimmel took the opportunity of the Charlie Kirk murder when the nation is still mourning. We haven't put the guy in the ground yet. And he took the opportunity to use the Charlie Kirk thing as a political dig at President Trump, which is kind of his MO. That's what Kimmel does. Too soon? Maybe. Too out of line? Maybe. But the reaction from the White House appears to be Trump didn't like it. Trump picks up the red phone, which I imagine the phone being red. There's probably, the red phone probably is the one that calls the F.E. Warren Air Force Base and says, launch them. But there is a phone, presumably in the White House, where you pick it up and you say, give me Carr. Carr being the Brendan Carr, director of the FCC. Give me Carr. Carr, Kimmel is out of line. I want you to crack down on him. Brendan Carr then says, hey, we may take ABC's license over the controversial comments. Carr said we can do it the easy way or the hard way. Basically a threat to take ABC's license to broadcast on TV. And then, and only then, or immediately after then, ABC tells Jimmy Kimmel, you're not going on the air tonight. That sounds like the government taking action, very close to government censorship, or at the very least showing the right has no more sense of humor than the left does. And just as thin as skin, in my opinion, IMO. But it was officially ABC that took action on Kimmel, not the U.S. government. That's what Harriet Hageman is saying, the congresswoman. She said on this show yesterday, she said, when you say something horrific and horrible about someone who is just assassinated, your employer might have consequences waiting for you. That isn't a First Amendment issue, says the lawyer and the congresswoman Hageman. The First Amendment applies to the government, meaning the government can't go and have you put in prison for it. But she says, I see Jimmy Kimmel has suffered some consequences for some really bad things he said and the misinformation he has spread. Consequences being his bosses at ABC told him, you don't have a job today or tomorrow or for a while. Meanwhile, Senator Barrasso didn't quite get into it, but he said he's not going to miss Kimmel. Doesn't watch, doesn't think he has talent. I have got to find the Trump quote. It is funny. See, you got to have a sense of, you just got to laugh about stuff, not about things that, besmirch the memory of Charlie Kirk. I mean, there's a line in comedy, and it's a fuzzy line. Admittedly, and what joke lands with this person may not land with that person. Ask Shane Gillis. But Trump's comments regarding Kimball's talent were kind of funny. And I don't watch Kimmel. I don't really have an opinion on how good he is. I mean, it's hard to do those shows. I'll tell you that now. Geez, I got to talk 4 hours a day. I can't tell you how hard it is to turn a mic on, entertain and inform, and not pee anyone off, including your own government. Have guests on and have engaging interviews and not say the wrong thing. Every day, every minute, and a chance to, it's not easy. So I admire Kimmel and his talent. Barrasso said regarding Jimmy Kimmel, I didn't watch his show and I won't miss it. Trump Kimmel post on social media. On social, what is this? Oh, Truth Social. After he got kicked off of Elon Musk. Trump just started his own X. What did Trump say about you? Yeah, this is what I want to know. It was pretty funny. I've just called him a no talent. He said, here it is. Congratulations, ABC, for finally having the courage to do what had to be done. Kimmel has zero talent and worse ratings than even Colbert, if that's possible. That leaves Jimmy and Seth, two total losers on fake news NBC. And their ratings are also horrible. Do it, NBC, meaning Jimmy Fallon and Seth, what's his face? The other two remaining late night guys. Trump wants to just scorch earth the entire late night TV show. He said that leaves Jimmy and Seth, two total losers for fake news NBC, and their ratings are horrible. Do it, NBC. Oh my goodness. He's funny. Whenever he takes he's funnier than Kimmel in that way. All right, enough of that. Enough of that nonsense. Cowboy State Daily, top of the hour news. We'll see you on the other side.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. Hunters found separated human bones scattered in a remote area near the Sweetwater Guard Station campground earlier this month. The Sublette County Sheriff's Office told Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland that the office responded to the area for a report of human remains discovered by hunters, along with a tent and personal items that appeared to have been in the area for about 5 years.
They know more than they're saying because they say they found an ID card, but they haven't positively confirmed the identity. What that means is anyone's guess, but they are asking for information from anyone who found bones or personal effects in that area in the past 5 years. And they think that a man essentially died or otherwise ended up there 5 years ago.
The Sublette County Sheriff's Office urges anyone who's visited the Sweetwater Gap area in recent years and possibly encountered bones, camping equipment, or other personal items to contact them. As communities in Wyoming debate whether to allow spent fuel storage as the state's nuclear industry is growing, state legislators on Wednesday heard about how Canada has handled its dilemma of where to put its nuclear waste. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that at a Council of State Governments West conference hosted at Snow King Resort in Jackson Wednesday, Wyoming legislators were among those learning about how Canada was able to identify a nuclear waste site. That's in stark contrast to the United States, which has never successfully identified a location for permanent storage.
All the issues that are facing Western lawmakers are distilled down and experts are presented, and it's a time for legislators to kind of go to school. So no surprise that when it's hosted in Wyoming, they start talking about nuclear waste, because that is certainly top of mind with a lot of legislators in Wyoming as the nuclear industry seeks to expand in Wyoming.
Whether or not Wyoming should allow more nuclear waste to be stored in the state continues to divide towns from Rock Springs to Bar None to Gillette. A couple who own remote vacation rental property in the Crandall area of Park County say they haven't had issues with bears for more than 2 decades. But that streak ended last week when a grizzly came onto their property 2 nights in a row. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that on the first night, the bear apparently clawed a little bit at their yurt with guests inside. On the second night, the bear came back for more.
She said they take all the usual precautions. They keep the place clean. They don't do anything dumb that's going to attract bears. And it's paid off. For 24 years, they've had virtually no trouble with bears. Well, last week, a grizzly showed up. It showed up one night when there were people in the yurt and kind of snuffed around the yurt and swatted at it. It seems that they found some small claw marks on the outside of the yurt that night. That was the last night the guests were scheduled to stay, and so they left. The night after that, the grizzly came back and really ripped off a whole side of the yurt.
The property owner says they've made repairs to the yurt and will keep it as a vacation rental. The Wyoming Game and Fish Department confirmed that it had trapped and euthanized a bear in the area. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Wyoming families face big challenges and big opportunities. That's why Wyoming Family Alliance is hosting the 4th annual Wyoming Family Policy Summit on September 26th and 27th in Cheyenne. The summit opens Friday night with a gala featuring Congresswoman Harriet Higman. On Saturday, state and national policy leaders will address pressing family issues such as parental rights, DEI in schools, and more. Reserve your seat today at wyomingfamily.org. That's wyomingfamily.org.
Well, Jay Richard, Wyoming's Pumpkin King, won't be bringing a 2,000-pound pumpkin to the 2025 Wyoming State Championship Weigh-Off and Pumpkin Drop in early October. But his colleague, Chad Kurtenbach, who's growing a pumpkin in his backyard in Lovell, just might. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that Richard, Kurtenbach, and other growers from several states will be bringing giant gourds and the cream of their crop to Worland on October 4th. That will put some weight behind the reputations of the region's biggest and best growers of the season.
Jay Richard has grown some tremendously large pumpkins throughout his career. He has a custom-built greenhouse for growing his pumpkins with temperature control, irrigation systems, but he's had a bad year. Meanwhile, his friend in Lovell has been growing a pumpkin in his backyard, and it's reaching 2,000 pounds. It could cross the 2,000-pound mark before the Wyoming State Championship Weigh-Off and Pumpkin Drop on the 4th of October.
Wyoming's state record for a pumpkin, 2,062 pounds, was set in 2023 by Andy Corbin of Cheyenne. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
I'll never forget the day I nearly died. I was a young journalist with a great career, starting a family. The only way we found out I had any kind of heart issue was when I went into sudden death. My coworkers sprung into action. They've recently been trained in life-saving CPR protocols developed by the American Heart Association. They're the ones that kept me alive until the medics came. They did many tests on me in the hospital after my cardiac arrest and created a treatment plan, all with research from the American Heart Association. I think unless you are a heart disease patient, you may not know how much work the American Heart Association does behind the scenes to save your life. Since my cardiac arrest, I've had 2 more children. I've watched all 3 of my children grow into adulthood. I'm gonna cry now. Graduate from college. My daughter got married. I have grandchildren. And I'm still here.
Learn more about the American Heart Association's work at helpheart.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show. It's a finally Friday. I'm Jake. He's Bo. That's Senator Biteman, the Senate President. And so good to have you on, Senator. How's your Friday going so far?
Good morning. Greetings from Anchorage, Alaska. Up here for Energy Council this weekend.
I heard. So we got to talk about, what's going on up there, because whatever is happening in Alaska weather-wise, Wyoming will see in 2 days, usually is how we do it.
Cold and rainy, so be ready.
I don't like to hear that. Senator Bo Biteman, his political career, and I'll bet Senator Biteman still is trying to get used to the idea that his name is attached to in the same sentence as political career. I don't know that Senator Biteman ever envisioned a political career. I love your sit down with Cowboy State Daily, Leo Wolfson. You came off as very presidential, very gubernatorial. We may get to that, but first, tell me how it is. Tell everybody how it is you got into politics. It began with service in the House, and now the Senate, and now Senate President. Did you see any of this coming?
No, not at all. Just once I had kids back in 2009, actually it was a Tea Party movement back in 2008, 2009 is when I really started taking more of an interest in getting involved in politics. I've always kind of been an observer since my childhood, growing up in the Reagan during the Reagan days and the Cold War and all that. But it wasn't until I became a dad where it really hit me that it's my time, it's Gen X's time to step up and do something and get involved. And so, and ironically, Charlie Kirk encouraged me to run for the state house back in the day, and here I am now. And it's been a wild ride and a fast one for sure, but it's been an honor to serve this state in any capacity so far. Yeah.
Cool. I want to talk about what's going on in Alaska with energy. I do want to talk about debanking because I don't really understand it, but I know you're real interested in it. But first, let's go to Charlie Kirk, his impact on your life, his death. You and I think, can both say that believing saved Christians can't be killed. They just have their address changed. And I think we know where Charlie is today. But yeah, the incident, what's happened in the aftermath is tearing the nation apart, as it seems everything does in the headlines. But we're losing track of, like, Charlie. And what he was doing, and his life cut short. What did Charlie Kirk mean to you, Bo?
Oh man, I'll never forget when I first met him. How just the first thing that came to my mind was how brilliant he was. He was 20 years old, but by the time I spent 2 days with him when he was up in Sheridan for the Reagan Day dinner back then, and really got to know Charlie. We went on hikes together and car rides, and we just talk, and I, at the end of it, I said, dude, you're gonna be president someday. Like, I just know it. You have it. You, whatever it is God gave you, you have a gift. His intelligence level was far superior to anything I've ever witnessed in my life. I mean, the stuff he was talking about that he's already had read, and in high school, he had read Hayek and de Tocqueville and all the economic theory books. He read all of Ayn Rand's books. I mean, the guy was just a sponge. He thirsted for knowledge. That never stopped throughout his whole life and career, and leading what became the biggest movement in conservative politics history. And he was the leader of the next generation. He would have been president someday. I know that for a fact. And I'm still I think I'm in somewhere in the denial acceptance stage now, but it's been a rough week, and for the whole country. And it's been wild. I miss him. I can't believe he's gone, and the country will never be the same.
His intelligence, that spark he had, and the poise he had to sit down and talk. If smart people they're not afraid of different ideas. They encourage them, and they want to talk them out. And that threatens some people, and I don't get why. Senator, we're talking to State Senator Biteman. Serves in SD 21. He's also Senate President. Grand Valley State, go Lakers. My wife is totally down with that as well.
Right.
So let's talk about, let's move to what you're doing up there in Alaska. It's the annual energy resource. Like, what's going on? They hold it every year somewhere different. This year in Alaska, what are you doing up there? What's happening with energy? That's a big concern for Wyoming and you sitting on committee.
Mm-hmm. Energy Council is a group of energy producing states. I can't remember the last count how many are here this weekend, but it's a good amount. And we get together and discuss energy policy and the way forward for our developing our natural resources and best practices and things of that nature. So we've already taken a tour of the Alaska Pipeline facility here in Anchorage. It's amazing. Learned so much about what's going on the North Slope and the pipeline and all the logistics and the technology there. Had a briefing from different energy people from ConocoPhillips, Santos, and others that are kind of giving us the lay of the land where things sit right now with the oil prices where they are and gas prices where they are and what they kind of see in the immediate future.
You've got to be, coming from Wyoming, you got to be like a guest of honor there. Alaska's got oil. We know that. And we want domestic energy. Trump wants that. We want that as a nation. Wyoming, though, has it all. Holy cow. Oil, gas, coal, uranium, wind, solar. You want to make energy, we can get it for you.
You bet.
That's pretty cool.
When I was out in Washington, D.C., meeting with the Trump administration, that was my message. Wyoming has to be the tip of the spear for President Trump's energy dominance plan, and we have it all, like you said, and it makes no sense that we aren't the leader in this. So we've got to step up and do what we have to do, and we got to get out of our own way.
Let's talk a little bit about the relationship with POTUS, President Donald Trump. I don't know if it's a relationship. He knows who you are, though, and he's said more than once, this guy ought to be the next governor of Wyoming. You talk a little bit about your political aspirations, but Trump likes what you're doing, especially with it started with the school stuff, didn't it? The right to choose a school choice. He liked that.
He did. Yeah, I actually went beyond that. He was calling me regularly back when we were trying to dispose of a certain U.S. House representative. And so we were talking about my crossover bill to ban crossover voting back in the day. So he was very interested in that. And I'll never forget, I was down in one of the conference rooms in the Capitol. I was on the phone. It was late at night, and I was on the phone with the president. And I think Representative Mark Baker walked in, and he's trying to talk to me. I'm like, hey, I'm on the phone. And he's like, with who? And I'm like, the president. And he's like, yeah, right. I put him on speaker, and I held the phone up, and his jaw just dropped. So it was pretty cool. He's a very hands-on guy. He knows what's going on everywhere. He never sleeps. The president, I mean, he's Charlie Kirk. I mean, he's got that energy level and that intelligence level that you just rarely find. And it's an honor to know him and to share a lot in common with him.
On that subject, when you sat down with Leo Wolfson, and I've heard you say before, when it came to the notion to run for House and then Senate and then potentially governor, your name has been thrown in there. I've heard you say the same thing over and over when it comes to politics. Not something I'm going to pursue. I just don't have that ambition. But if people want me to, I will prayerfully consider. People want you to. Senator Biteman, people being like the president of the United States. What do you think about governor? Is it still too early? Still don't know? Are we waiting on Congresswoman Hageman? Would it ever be possible? Or is it crazy thinking?
It's not crazy, but it is too early. Obviously, Representative Hageman has to make her decision, and then all the dominoes will fall from there. So a lot of people are kind of in a holding pattern to see what's next. And also, I was elected to finish out my term in the Senate. That's what I'm focused on right now. I've got one more session to go, the budget session, and then that'll be it. And then we'll see what happens after that. But yeah, that's where I'm at.
Well, James Cook, the Buffalo Bills running back, was signed for another year in his contract, but he still wanted more money. So, it worked for Jimbo. Just saying. Tell me about debanking. I don't understand quite what happened. President Trump signed an executive order previous to and in the Biden administration. Could you have been denied a loan for your political belief, or what did we do with the debanking thing?
Oh, yeah, it's still a problem. And yeah, as you know, I've been fighting that fight for quite a while, and it's been slow going until the president stepped in with his executive order. But we need laws. We need laws to protect consumers. Banks have gotten away with a term they've coined out of thin air called reputational risk. And they can use that blanket term to debank you or I because they don't agree with our politics. They don't agree with, the line of business, even if it's a lawful business like a firearms manufacturer, anything, you name it, coal mine, an oil and gas company, whatever was out of vogue with the political left at the moment, or the globalists at Davos, they could decide to just destroy you by not allowing you to have a bank account anywhere, because the big banks control it all, right? I mean, there's some small banks left, but they're fewer and farther between. And as we see the globalization of our financial system, it's a really big weapon that they have, and they've wielded against us in the past during the last 5 to 10 years, and it's got to stop.
We're talking to Senator Bo Biteman. He's right now at day 2 of the 3-day annual meeting, Anchorage, Alaska, for the Energy Council. He's way up north, but when he is home in Wyoming, you still find him way up north, up there in Ranchester. Sometimes volunteer firefighter for the Tongue River Fire Department. I love everything you're doing in office. Bo, by the way, where did the bow come from?
Well, you have to ask my mom. Well, she just passed away, but she named me after Bo Bridges. He was, I guess, a guy back in the late 70s.
Yeah.
easy on the eyes for the ladies, I guess. But no, I was Dennis Dean the second. My older brother didn't get the second. I got it, and but I would never called it by it my whole life, except the first day of school when the teachers are reading off the roll call and like Dennis, and everybody laugh, and no, it's Bo. But they never did legally change it, so it's just been Bo my whole life. But that's where that came from.
Representing SD21, that's your state Senate president, Senator Bo Biteman, who's God first, family second, potential first lady Mercedes, give our best, and two beautiful girls. Oh, man.
Thank you so much.
All right, buddy. Travel safe. Get back to Wyoming.
I will do. Thanks so much. Have a good morning.
You bet. Cowboy State Daily Show continues, and we'll get Don Day in here with the day weather forecast. I'm going to ask Don Day about the polar caps potentially shifting around. Bo, I'm also going to just bounce you right out of the Zoom room. Don't
All
take,
right.
It doesn't mean it. I just want to clear the way for Don, and I don't know how else to do it.
All right. See you later.
All right. Yeah, I wanted to ask, of course, Don's going to have to give a game day forecast for the Cowboys. We're taking on the Buffs. Colorado, big game, prime times team. The Cowboys are going to wear their all gold, I think. Colorado's doing a whiteout, and I think we're going to go with that prairie gold. So fans, put on the gold. Get down there to Colorado and let's take care of those Buffs prime time. Take a nap tomorrow because it's a late night start. They're going to kick that thing off on ESPN at 8:15 Mountain Time tomorrow. So they're going to be playing dang near up to midnight is the way that's going to go. We'll get a weather forecast on what it's going to be. I don't think weather's going to factor into the game at all, but we'll see. And Don, I wanted to ask him about scientists who have confirmed the Earth's rotational axis has shifted by about 80 centimeters. I don't know what a centimeter is. I'm an American. I need inches. The only people who know what a centimeter is Old England and the military. And they would just call them clicks, right? 20 clicks down the road. I need inches. I have no concept of what a centimeter is. 31 and a half inches. If that does not seem like a lot, this is the Earth's rotational axis. The Earth is rotating North Pole, South Pole. You got magnetic North Pole. That's the axis the Earth is spinning on. It has shifted. The Earth has tilted in the last few years, tilted 31 and a half inches. So the North Pole is no longer right there. It's right there. So Santa Claus has a new address, sort of. He's moving down the road. And it's considered by most scientists in geological terms abnormal, I'll say. And it could forecast what some scientists claim is something known as cataclysmic pole shift hypothesis. The idea that the North Pole could switch places with the South Pole and the Earth would continue spinning on its axis, but do it like whoop, upside down. And it's the reason why there's pretty good evidence that at one time Antarctica was a lush jungle. There's rivers that have been seen. Ground penetrating radar has found Antarctica used to be habitable, forested jungle. How can that be? Was it flat? Was it like global warming, widespread global warming? Or was it a period when the Earth was shifting polar caps? And during the process, Antarctica was at one time kind of warm. That's crazy to think about. Let's get into the Zoom room and see if Don Day has any opinion whatsoever on my scientific nonsense. Don, I'm talking about cataclysmic pole shift hypothesis. We already know that the Earth's axis is changing a little bit, 31.5 inches over the last couple of years. What does it mean? I'll tell you what it means. North and South Pole are going to switch places, and they're going to do it soon.
Soon. Okay. So what does soon mean?
Well, I'm not sure. I was hoping you could help me with that. You're the weather guy. Pretty soon. And what is that going to mean to forecasting weather in Wyoming? It would get crazy.
It would get crazy. And we know that pole shifts have happened in the past, but this is where it gets tricky. And this is what I always warn people about when they say, we have so many years of this before this happens, or this is going to happen soon, or we're predicting that by, you can ask Al Gore how that works.
Yeah.
And so, we'll be ice free by 2000. No, we're going to change that. I mean, it's really difficult to do that. And you set yourself up for failure when you make these predictions and you put a date on them. It's don't do it. You're not going to win. So pole shift, could it happen? Yes. Soon, maybe. But you're not going to, I'm not going to paint myself into a corner and say it's going to happen by this year or date. It's just like all we hear about, Yellowstone's going to blow because it's been 650,000 years since the last thing. Well, we as humans, if we live 80 or 90 years, it's been a good life. I mean, it's just a fraction of a moment in the history of the world.
Yeah. All right. Well, I appreciate you don't fall into the trap of what everybody else does. They make these big predictions, these clickbait predictions, and then when it turns out to be wrong, they just move the goalposts. But you're not going to fall into that kind of bait. I tried to get you into the polar shift. I think by the end of the month, the polar
polar shift would affect the weather dramatically. I mean, and we know things. We know that major cataclysms have happened in the past. We don't necessarily really understand what causes ice ages. I mean, we have some ideas and that type of thing, but we know in the geological record that a lot of these things have happened, and they will happen again. But it's really hard to be in the realm of predicting when those are going to be. I mean, someone not long ago sent me a picture from Greenland. Says, I'm standing on an ice sheet and they say in 3 years this will be gone. And I'm like, that's a lot of ice. 3 years is not a very long period of time. Why don't you go back in 3 years? It'll probably still be there.
Yeah, let's revisit that. Right. All right. Well, that's a huge big picture macro forecasting. Let's take it down a little bit easier. Wyoming, just a perfect day today. You can't ruin this anywhere. And I do want to get a game day forecast for tomorrow night.
Well, as you said, this is textbook September, just gorgeous. The only thing this weekend to watch out for, and this is especially Sunday, there's going to be some afternoon showers and thunderstorms. And we are going to go into Monday and Tuesday with a cool, wet pattern again. But I won't ruin that. We'll just say that Monday and Tuesday, at least the weather gets bad when you go back to work and school.
Yes.
But through the weekend, a great opportunity. High school football tonight. I mean, it couldn't be better this afternoon and evening if you're going to a high school game. Cowboys in Boulder. There is a small chance of a shower, but I think it's even if there is one, it'll be brief. The wind won't be much of a factor. Kickoff temperatures will be in the 60s, low to mid 60s. I mean, it's going to be great.
Yeah.
It's going to be great.
Any precip tomorrow in Boulder will be raining on Prime's parade because Cowboys going to go down there and TCB on them Buffs.
Well, there is the possibility, since I don't expect too much wind in Boulder, there may be a little bit of a cloud hanging over, from some recreational use, if you know what I mean.
Oh yeah, right around 420 or so, probably. Thanks, Don. Have a great weekend.
Too.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues. We got to take a quick break. Coming right back with special guest that I got to look ahead and see. We'll be right back.
The Seroptimists of Cody are inviting you to join them for their 17th annual Run for Hope, Saturday, October 4th. This 5K, 10K chip timed walk and run starts at the rec center at 9:30 a.m. with a kids race at 9. Proceeds support the Laney Cole Memorial Women's Cancer Fund. You can register for $35 in advance, $40 the day of the race. Discounted kids and student rates are available. You can register at Sunlight Sports in downtown Cody or online at runsignup.com. See you Saturday, October 4th for the Cody Seroptimist Run for Hope.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner!
Go. Excellent. Sorry for his fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake rolling along on a Friday. Tony, we're running a little late. Sorry about that. That usually happens on Friday. Well,
no worries at all.
We're going to talk with our next guest. This is the CEO of Boone and Crockett. Every hunter in America knows who Boone and Crockett is. Since 2020, Tony Shonen has had that job as Chief Executive Officer. How you like that gig, Tony? You're a lifelong Montanan, so I don't know. That job seems like it suits you. Former river runner up there in Butte, Montana. Is it the
it's a
dream job?
It's a good fit for sure. It's a good fit for sure. I've been in the outdoor space now for about 30 years and with the club about 18. And I think, we've done a lot of good things in that time frame. But it's a very busy job. And I think, it feels really good to wake up in the morning and know that you're actually going to go out and do some good and worthwhile work.
Your research on poaching is why you're on right now. That was really eye-opening. Probably, things we could have thought and assumed, but now we're putting some empirical data to it. So it's really cool. I want to talk about that. But first, give our listeners an idea of what B&C does. What is Boone and Crockett? Many of us know it. You are the hunting Bible. You are the place we go to see if it's a record bull elk. But there's so much more that Boone and Crockett does. Hunting advocacy, lobbying. Like what are you doing day to day? What does the club do?
Yeah, so I mean, we're most people know us for our records program. We're the heads and horns guys. That is in reality about 10% of our budget. And it actually is used as a measuring tool to measure the health of wildlife populations on the North American continent. Our real emphasis is conservation policy, and it has been since we were founded in 1887. primarily focused on wildlife and habitat health and public access. Those are pillars of our mission. So it's a bigger, broader thing than just the record book.
And every hunter knows, and every hunter should know how important it is to. We'll get into how hunters can play a role in being anti-poaching, because there simply aren't enough game wardens anywhere. We're talking about big country. But what inspired you? What was the undertaking to do this poach and pay research, which has shown some alarming numbers, startling numbers? First off, being an estimate that only 4% of poaching cases ever come to light, ever come to prosecution. We don't even know about 96% of people who are poaching out there and taking your game from you. I mean, it's all our wildlife. So what made you think to do the study? You probably knew there's poaching going on. You were like, well, let's find out how much. Let's put numbers to it.
Yeah, it was interesting that we never even thought about. I mean, we knew poaching was a problem, but it was really a PR move. When we had an incident over in Africa, and the mainstream media was interchanging hunting and hunters and poachers just freely, and like hunting and poaching to the same thing, that really concerned us. And so we decided to try to figure out a way to let the public, which is 77%, the American public, support hunting. Let them know that we're going to try to police our own ranks. And we started by doing this research on poachers. And it was like an onion, right? So you peel the onion. Every time you take a peel off, it gets more, it's deeper and deeper. And in this case, darker and darker. And so it's been 5 years since we started. And this research is scientifically sound. And it was, when I saw the number, I was stunned. I had no idea that it would be anything close to this.
Yeah. Yeah, it is surprising. I think, all of us knew in our heart of hearts poaching is an issue. We see so many instances where it comes up in the news that this animal is left, this animal's been poached, and then nothing ever comes of it, it seems, or rarely. 96% of poachers get away with it, according to the latest research by the Boone and Crockett Club. We're talking to CEO Tony Shonen. Overall impact, this costs money, and this is your wildlife, folks. $1.4 billion in cost impacts to the state. Wyoming doesn't really have numbers per se on how much poaching might be going on here and what gets detected and what doesn't. Tony, tell me about what you are calling dark figures. The dark figure. These are people who live under the radar. I don't know if there's a black market going on, but it's dark figure is people who hunt unethically or illegally, really.
Right. So, yeah, the dark figure, that is what we refer to. That's what's common in when you're doing crime prevention. There's always a dark number, and it may not always be dollars, but the dark number in this case was how much does poaching cost us in terms of lost revenue from fines, for lost revenue from restitution? And when you add those things up on a state by state level, it is staggering. And I think the key thing to take away from this is that we need to do something about it. And because and you're right, you're spot on. We don't have enough law enforcement officers out on the ground. So the way that, hunters are going to have to play a role, and they need to make sure that when they see something happening that is illegal, that they take pictures, or they take pictures of a license plate, or drop a pin, get that information to the law enforcement officers, because they need to support our law enforcement out there. Our law enforcement is operating in some cases in the West, in states like Wyoming and Montana. They're covering thousands of miles, thousands of square miles on their own. The other thing that we're going to be doing is introducing state legislation and doing a template type of a bill that will outline what an appropriate fine is, what an appropriate restitution is, and make sure that money goes back to the state wildlife agency. And then the last thing is we got to educate our judges. Our judicial system currently sees poaching as a victimless crime. And it is certainly, given the amount of money that is being lost by the public trust, not a victimless crime. And if you even got 25%, which is where the level of theft and larceny is at, that's 25% detection on theft and larceny. If you got 25% instead of 4%, think about how much money would go back to the state agency, and think about how many more officers we could put on the ground. So this is a very important deal.
It is frustrating when you hear when you finally catch a poaching incident. You've got a person, you get a guilty plea, or you find the person guilty, and then see what the punishment is. And in many cases, it seems paltry to the crime. It is not a victimless crime. Hunters out there doing it ethically, it's incumbent on you to help game wardens out. Our favorite game warden, Joe Pickett of the CJ Boxer, he needs help, man. They got to cover so much ground. These poachers are stealing from you, hunters, monetarily, and you're taking your wildlife. We're talking to Tony Shonen. One last thing, Tony, Boone and Crockett CEO. I don't know if we were scheduled or it was on the agenda to get to this, but what is the majority? Do you have a sense of what is the majority of poaching incidents today in the U.S., not Africa? I think we know there's black market thing in Africa. You know, poaching to me in the 1940s was a dude that wanted to put food on the table that really didn't, that was primary, and secondary was he's hunting out of season. Today, I see wanton destruction of animals. That's just sick. Like, I don't get what's going on.
Well, you're spot on. This report's 200 pages long.
Yeah.
And that is one of the things it addresses, is what, because part of the report was interviewing poachers, actually interviewing violators. And so, what was their motivation to do what they did? And subsistence is like the bottom of the list, like 3%. At the top of the list is trophy poaching, which is 57.6%.
Yeah.
Followed by peer pressure and opportunistic poaching, which is 43.9%. But there's about 6 or 7 categories of what motivates poachers. And I think it was surprising to me that subsistence wasn't higher on the list, but it's actually very low.
Yeah. Yeah. And I guess it stands to reason that it's can't resist that trophy animal when it's not in where you have a tag, or it's out of season and no one will know. Right. Yeah, it's well, I'm glad I'm glad you've done the research, 5 years of research, and I'm glad we have it, because now we can actually show judges, we can show people poach and pay research done by Boone and Crockett shows some alarming numbers. Poachers get away with it almost all the time, and it's not right. Tony, thanks for coming on, and thanks for doing that for BNC.
Absolutely. And if anybody's interested in reading the report, it's on our website. There's a link there. So
what is it? Boone and Crockett. We'll just go Boone and Crockett, BOO, and then Crockett with 2 T's at the end. Boone and Crockett?
Yep. .org.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Have a great weekend, Tony.
Have a great hunting season, folks.
Yes. Cowboy State Daily Show continues after this quick break. Thanks for spending your Friday with us.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
So great to have Tony Shonen with us, CEO of Boone and Crockett. Every hunter in America knows who Boone and Crockett is, BNC. They were probably surprised to see the head of BNC without a tape measure, because that's most people's impression of Boone and Crockett. They're the trophy record keepers, and they're always measuring, right? Do you have a trophy buck, trophy bull? Boone and Crockett will let you know. But they do a whole lot more, as we found out. That research really eye-opening on the proliferance of poaching, how much poaching happens and how much poaching is detected, caught, prosecuted. It's a real problem. It was great to have Tony on and share that with us. Andrew Rossi now here. Rossi, I thought I broke my jaw yesterday. I thought I'd start with that. I always try to throw you a curveball so you don't know what's coming. But I was moving this big speaker because I'm a DJ, and I was trying to put it in the back of the truck on a tailgate, and I had a dolly, a hand truck. Do you call it a hand truck or a dolly?
It depends on the context. If I'm on a first name basis with it, I'll call it Dolly.
Sweet Dolly. So, yeah, I felt like calling it a few things, and none of it are repeatable. So I had the speaker on the hand, this heavy speaker on the dolly, and I tried to put it up on the tailgate, and it falls back down, and it was the classic guy steps on a shovel cut, like it fell down on the dolly, perfect, and the dolly just, Murphy's Law, comes right up and hits me in the jaw, and I almost blacked out. I thought it broke my jaw. Oh.
Well, how's it feeling today?
Bad. Like I might not be able to eat as much.
And then here you are jawing off on the morning show.
I've got to work my jaw all morning. So yeah, Rossi, you got to take over here for a minute. Talk about that big giant pumpkin. Our friend, the Pumpkin King, Jay Richard. He's a little jealous that he was not able to grow probably a record-setting pumpkin, but Chad has got him covered, it looks like. And then we're going to smash the whole thing when we're done with it. What's going on in the world of pumpkinness?
Well, you got to look at it from Jay's perspective. He built a custom greenhouse to build pumpkins. He's got one air conditioner, and he's planning to put in another, and he doesn't have air conditioning in his house, but his pumpkin greenhouse will have 2 air conditioners. He's got an irrigation system. He's got scales in there. He's got a tiller for tearing up the soil and everything like that. He has humidity control. He is got everything to make the optimal giant pumpkins, and he has yet to get a pumpkin that's close to 1,700 pounds, despite all this care and meticulous. He even sends his soil off to get tested at a lab in Utah so it can determine how much nutrients in the soil. So it's just been a slow year for him with those pumpkins. But then you have Chad and Lovell, who's just growing a pumpkin in his backyard, exposed to the elements, none of those controls, and it could reach 2,000 pounds. It could be a new state record holder for giant pumpkins. We can't say for sure because we don't have an actual weight. All they can do is approximate weights, but it's massive and it's bigger than what Jay's got at the moment. So Jay said he couldn't be happier for Chad, and he's been like mentoring Chad and giving assistance and advice along the way. But it's when the pupil overtakes the master, one of those situations.
Or that's interesting you say that. That's sort of like a Karate Kid maybe reference. I'm thinking Rocky, like when you got the one boxer who's done everything, man, in the lab, he tests the soil, and then some upstart from nowhere, just like, I threw some seeds in the backyard, and he's winning. You're like, what?
They can go the distance.
Unbelievable. So tell me about the smashing aspect. We hope to get Jay Richard on. We had him last year, actually, which reminds me that we're coming up on our 1-year anniversary of the show. Jay was one of our first guests. He came on.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and we're going to drop at least one big old pumpkin from even higher heights than ever.
Yeah, well, when you think about it, Jake, it's you raise these giant pumpkins, and they're not good for eating because they're not good pie-making pumpkins after that point. There's really nothing you can do with them except, turn them over to livestock and let them munch on them. I see a lot of giant pumpkins end up at zoos for, elephants to eat and whatnot. And that's all well and good. They can enjoy a pumpkin. But when you put that much time, money, and energy into it, you might as well have fun watching them go, which is why I think a lot of people are eager to, after all this time and frustration at their pumpkins, are like, sure, take it up 270 feet into the air and drop it on something. And this year they're going to be dropping it on an outhouse. Jay was hoping for a hot tub, but the hot tub slipped away from underneath him right when he was trying to get it. So it's going to be an outhouse this year.
That works. Smashing an outhouse from 275 feet? What kind of crane can even do that? Holy cow.
Yeah, well, there's a local company. I'm blanking on the name at the moment, but they're based in Moreland, and they got a new giant crane, and they offered to bring it to the Washoe County Fairgrounds on October 4th. They've been smashing pumpkins from 175 feet before, so this is going to be a significant change in height. And I've been there when they actually drop the things. It's something else.
Yeah, so whatever the perimeter was last year where it's considered safe that you won't be wearing pumpkin when it's all said and done, they're going to have to move it back a little probably.
Yeah, well, even in years past, it's like people are a safe distance away from the pumpkins, but the pieces have a lot of trajectory. Once they hit the ground, then they go. I can remember just, you hear the boom and the gas and the cheers, and then you start hearing the little plunk plunk of pieces as they end up in places.
Yeah, didn't Cowboy Stay Daily send videographer Riley Strand there last time?
They did, yeah. I was out of town last year. I'm going to be at it this year, but I'll have my camera with me. So, yeah, we've got footage from several years of pumpkin drops.
Cool. I want the super slow-mo, yeah. and I guess what else do you do with these big giant pumpkins when it's all over? It's way too big to carve.
Well, the only other thing to do is to collect the seeds to make more giant pumpkins, and that's its own thing. But you can collect the seeds and still drop them from a great height. So it's the most fun way to get rid of a pumpkin, except what the other thing Jay does, which he keeps one for his son so they can load it up with tannerite and then shoot at it so it explodes.
Where does this happen? This is a Lovell thing?
It's a Worland thing. Yeah,
Worland.
Jay's son turns, he has his birthday in early November, so it's just become a family tradition that he usually saves his biggest and best pumpkin of the year, and they just load it with explosives, give him a gun, let him shoot, and kaboom.
I like their style on Worland, and I feel for you, Jay. You are the pumpkin king, no doubt about it. But, every now and then a Chad comes along, and it's just his time, I guess.
Yep, and it depends on the seed, it depends on the plant, and it just depends on the particular pumpkin. So no one's saying Jay won't get a 2,000-pound pumpkin in the future. He's determined to get there, but sometimes it's science, it's art, and it's luck.
Well said. Brooks Lake Lodge. It's one of my favorite places to go. I've enjoyed a hamburger there in the middle of winter, snowmobiling there. I've been up there for summer horse riding, wrangler season. Great lodge, great ranch at about 9,300 feet high elevation, and a pretty rare photograph that you were able to get a story about. Who took that? Celia got that photograph? No. That was the meteorologist.
It was Sarah. She handles the social media for Brooks Lake Lodge and Spa. Yeah, they were celebrating the last day of their season on Monday. So they had the last visitors that were going to be there, and they were joking that they'd had all 4 seasons that day. It started out warm and sunny, then it transitioned to cloudy, then there was rain, and then that rain changed to snow in the evening, and then they got the unique sensation of seeing a snowbow. It's not an official term. You're not going to find snowbow in a dictionary or any meteorologist lexicon, but it is a thing. It's just a rainbow that manifests in the snow, and it's actually a rare and unusual thing to be able to capture.
Yeah, explained by more than one meteorologist you talk to, our favorite Don Day, Celia. Also, they say, it has to do with the sun's angle and how it hits moisture, particularly rain is what it wants. Like that kind of good moisture. Snow, not so much, which makes these a rarity, but it looks cool.
Yeah, it's the sun angle is important for if you want to get a rainbow in general, which is why you don't really see rainbows except in the morning and in the evening time. But snow doesn't reflect sunlight as well because it freezes and it condenses when you make snowflakes, and you just don't get the clear prisms that you need to reflect light. So you need specific conditions, which is usually wet snow or snow mixed with rain, with the right sun angles, and then there needs to be gaps in the clouds so the sun can actually shine through. And so all those pieces came together at Brooks Lake Lodge on Monday evening, and that's how you got a snowbow.
On the final day of the season, who said there's no such thing as a snowbow? Sarah Mills has photographic evidence. That's what we call them in Wyoming. What are you doing this weekend?
What am I doing this weekend? That is a good question. I think I'm mostly taking it easy, but I've got the Buffalo Bill art show in sale this evening. So if people enjoy coverage of that, we'll have plenty of photos and all of the highest selling pieces from the show and everything there. And then I'm working on my weekend features. I've got a handful of really interesting ones.
Oh, the dinosaur. All right, real quick. We got 2 minutes. Did you see that link I sent you about this jaw-droppingly weird dinosaur from Morocco? He's got all kinds of spikes. Like, there's no way anybody could attack this thing. He's made of entirely of spikes. Did we ever have one like this in the U.S., in Utah, and Wyoming? What is this thing?
Well, maybe not to that extreme, but yeah, the ankylosaurs or the armored dinosaurs, they're fairly common depending on where you're looking and what time period. One of the more famous ones was found in Wyoming. It's called Gargoylosaurus. It's from the late Jurassic, and it doesn't have the same long pointy spines, but it does have a very thorough cover of armor that was on its back, and it said even their eyelids had some bony plates on them.
Jeez.
And they weren't entirely immune to attack, because if you really were determined to get one, which I imagine most predators weren't, you tip them over because the tops are really well armored, but their undersides were completely exposed. So if you happen to find one that had flipped upside down, or you managed to flip one upside down, that was a way to get an easy buffet.
Interesting. Good advice given about a few million years too late for most of the other dinosaurs from Andrew. But I just picture this thing like walking around with all kinds of impaled pterodactyls sticking through it like a dive bomb. And I'm like, oh, that wasn't a good idea. Should have tipped him over. Gotta listen to Andrew.
Yeah, well, the thing is, most predators probably smart enough to see something that's spiny and say that is a clear sign that it does not want to be touched, and it's more risk than it's worth.
It is the introverted dinosaur. Yeah, a lot of I never seen anything like that. I thought it was made up. I thought it was AI, but Andrew Rossi has confirmed there was such a dinosaur as this spiky, studded thing that just didn't want to make friends with anybody, I guess. Andrew, have a great weekend.
You too, Jake.
Enjoy the art up there in Cody. Cowboy State Daily Show rolling along on a Friday. It's the weekend. We got a lot more guests coming up, a lot more shows. So don't bail on us now. We got more doings. Hopefully you're listening to us on radio stations across the state. We're syndicated on only the finest radio stations. You can also see and hear the show live every weekday morning on X Live, Facebook Live, YouTube, and the CowboyStateDaily.com homepage whenever we're running live in the morning. And when it's convenient for you, you can run it back on demand wherever you find your favorite podcast. We got it archived there. That's going to do it for this hour. Top of the hour news. We'll see you on the other side.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. U.S. Secretary of Education Linda McMahon on Thursday toured a Jackson area school, championing state control of education while advocating for an end to her own department's role in managing K-12 schools. Accompanied by Wyoming Governor Mark Gordon, McMahon's visit came as part of her 50-state Returning Education to the States tour. A department spokesperson told Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker that the tour is intended to, quote, empower families and hear from students, teachers, and leaders on best practices in their own communities.
I asked her specifically why she decided to make this move, given that in the U.S., Donald Trump has been very vocal about limiting the power of the Department of Education and instead giving education rights back to the state. She argued that this doesn't represent dismantling the Department of Education, but instead just allowing states to do what they're already doing, which is improving the education of their students. Governor Mark Gordon said he would continue to do what Wyoming does best.
McMahon's plans were to travel to Montana to visit another educational institution on Thursday before departing to attend the funeral of the late political influencer Charlie Kirk. The fatal shooting of a Rock Springs man during a March 12th arrest involving 2 Wyoming-based U.S. Marshal Service deputies was justified and did not violate federal or state laws. Uintah County's top prosecutor made that determination regarding the shooting of 34-year-old Stephen Sheesley, who died a few minutes after he was shot in the chest by one of the deputy marshals. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the prosecutor's conclusion was based on a DCI investigation into the incident.
This was unique. This one also grappled with a federal crime against depriving people of their rights, willfully depriving people of their rights. And the prosecutor concluded, no, they didn't willfully deprive this man of his Fourth Amendment right against excessive force because they were acting within their duties.
Wyoming self-defense law says that a person may take self-defensive action if the circumstances are such that a reasonable person in his position would believe a real threat is imminent, even if a real threat is not imminent. The California Supreme Court officially ended the drawn-out legal battle holding up development of an export terminal in West Oakland on Wednesday, refusing to hear the city of Oakland's appeal and effectively paving the way forward for the project. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that coal producers in Wyoming are watching this project closely because it could offer access to Asian markets.
The California Supreme Court has refused to hear the case brought by the city of Oakland on appeal, trying to reverse lower court decisions that have paved the way for this coal export facility to proceed in West Oakland. Word came down on Wednesday, and folks in Wyoming were listening. The political fight probably isn't over, but logistically speaking, the developers can now proceed with getting this coal port, and it's not just a coal port, I'd say, with getting this commodities shipping facility up and running.
One of the project's developers, Phil Tagami, estimated there's around 2.5 years worth of permitting and other work ahead, but the first cargo ship could leave the new Oakland port sometime in 2028. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Wyoming families face big challenges and big opportunities. That's why Wyoming Family Alliance is hosting the 4th annual Wyoming Family Policy Summit on September 26th and 27th in Cheyenne. The summit opens Friday night with a gala featuring Congresswoman Harriet Hageman. On Saturday, state and national policy leaders will address pressing family issues such as parental rights, DEI in schools, and more. Reserve your seat today at wyomingfamily.org. That's wyomingfamily.org.
A Grizzly crash involving at least 2 semi-trailers has left at least 1 person dead, another seriously hurt, and the eastbound lanes of I-80 between Laramie and Rollins closed for hours Thursday afternoon. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that the Wyoming Highway Patrol reported the crash near Arlington shortly before noon, and that I-80 eastbound was expected to be closed for around 6 hours.
We still don't know much about what caused these 2 semis to collide. We don't know how the collision happened, whether one was parked on the side. It's interesting looking at the photo that both front ends seem pretty much obliterated. There's debris all over the road, and it took a good 4 hours, maybe 4.5, to really get it off of the road. They got it opened within their timeline.
What may have caused the crash wasn't initially reported, but the Highway Patrol's investigation is ongoing. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats, or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
Cowboy State Daily Show Friday. It is September 19th. Here are the things that happened this day in history. Just some of them. So many things happened, we couldn't possibly scout them all, track them all down. But here's some big ones. 1867 on this day, the printing of the Cheyenne Leader actually happened in Wyoming for the first time. The Cheyenne Leader was printed out of Denver until this day. 1867, the Leader was the first newspaper published in what would later become Wyoming. Remember, we weren't a state yet when the Cheyenne Leader was pumping out the newspaper. We were still a territory. In fact, the Leader was published in Denver. That was the nearest civilized town and the nearest printing press, I guess. But this day in history, Cheyenne Leader started printing out of Cheyenne. Awesome. Union Pacific issued 50,000 copies of a pamphlet which basically advertised Wyoming. On this day in 1890, back in the day, Union Pacific and railroads in general were sort of their own tourism company. They were the tourism of the West, because obviously railroads in the late 1800s were a way for people back east to come out and visit West. So it was incumbent upon railroad companies like Union Pacific to do their own advertising, to do their own promotion. Now we have Diane Schober for not much longer. She's retiring. But now we have, state marketing, state tourism efforts, Chamber of Commerce, stuff like that. But back in the day, it was the railroads that were strongly interested in encouraging development, settlement, and visitation of the West. And it was this day in 1890, UP issued 50,000 copies of a pamphlet, which no doubt said, come on out and see Yellowstone, come on out and see, I don't know, Boar's Tusk, Devil's Tower, and big, wonderful Wyoming. September 19th, 1900, the First National Bank of Winnemucca, Nevada was robbed by guess who? The Wild Bunch. Yeah, that was one of many banks that outlaw gang would rob. This day in 1903, William Irvine, mostly associated with the invaders in the Johnson County War, was appointed state treasurer. Henry Hay resigned as state treasurer on the same day, and welcome in William Irvine, 1903 on this day. If you looked at the headlines, the front page of the newspapers on this day in 1918, think about what was happening back then in 1918. What would the front page of the Casper Record tell you? What made the top of the page headline was the latest news from the front. World War I was underway. That made most of the global headlines. But tucked down at the bottom of the page on September 19th, 1918 of the Casper Record, front page, bottom right corner, was a few column inches devoted to a story about the Spanish flu, which would end up being a global pandemic, not far beyond what COVID ended up being. It would take millions of lives. It was just getting started. And boy, if we ever knew, I mean, we didn't have CDC and WHO back then, right? 1918. But front page headlines everywhere. And the story, I read the story, and it was just eerily weird to look back and see how, what we didn't know. If I could only get in a time machine, go back and warn them, like, this is more than just a bottom right-hand corner, page one story. This is the headline. World War I obviously was the big news, but it was this day, 1918, a story about the Spanish flu, which was sweeping through the eastern states in the U.S., starting to hundreds of cases being reported, the news article said in the Casper paper. And the hundreds would turn into thousands, which would turn into millions of lives lost with the Spanish flu. And then finally on this day, September 19th, 2010, a 3.6 earthquake occurred near Jackson. I remember that earthquake. It was just off of, or probably really considered part of, the Teton Fault. There has not been much activity in the last decade or so, but I remember that one, 2010. And it was a little bit of a wake-up call for people to understand that there was such thing as the Teton Fault, which comes right up pretty much through the center of the valley known as Jackson Hole. And that 3.6 was kind of a reminder by the Teton Fault that, hey, I'm still here. It's nobody's fault but mine. Every time I hear about a fault, that's all I can think of. There's late-breaking news regarding faults that President Trump has issued an executive order to rename the San Andreas fault to Biden's fault. Just kidding. Time for a Western Ag Network's Rodeo Show.
It's the Rodeo Road Show on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. Will Rasmussen here. Good to have you along as we head for the weekend. A conversation with Flint Rasmussen about the rodeo business and the schedule these guys and gals keep 4th of July and other weekends. And he's got a little bit of commentary. Talked to world champion tie-down roper Haven Medjid about the very thing. Flint Rasmussen on the Rodeo Road Show coming up next. Stay close.
Molson Coors would like to raise a cold Coors Banquet and a cold Coors Light to toast Colorado, Montana, and Wyoming barley growers. Thank you for another successful harvest. Hi, this is Peter Coors. It's because of your hard work and dedication that Molson Coors is able to raise the high country barley that is the main ingredient to our iconic beers that so many people enjoy. So the next time any of you have a beer, thank a farmer, because without them, it would not be possible.
Be part of something bigger. Join the American Sheep Industry Association today. Producers who join their state sheep association automatically gain ASI membership and access to national resources and representation. If your state doesn't have an association, no worries. You can still sign up individually at sheepusa.org and stay connected to the future of the industry. Your voice matters. Your membership counts. Again, learn more at sheepusa.org.
Hey, I'm going to say, I know you're big I believe you're still kind of in the rodeo business. But I said, do a little broadcast about every other week, and I've always said that cowboys just kill themselves driving up and down the road. I think the 4th of July week is kind of for theater, a lot of it, just making this run. And I've talked to a guy named Haven Medjid that agrees with me. He's like, I can pick 5 rodeos to go to and do as well if you bust your butt to go to 11. But I think I think Labor Day weekend is as important and influential in determining NFR and a world title than the 4th of July. I think Labor Day's huge. And I know we're coming.
Yeah, I've talked to our friend Ryan Mapston about that. He went to the NFR and the bronc riding 8 different times, and he said the week after the 4th was huge like that, with all the Utah rodeos and the Wyoming rodeos and all that. But Haven Medjid, he's a world champion tie-down roper, by the way, and he was out for about a month. He was down to almost 30th place, and all of a sudden, he is in the top 15 in the world.
I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Back to the studio. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jay continues.
Yeah, thank you, Will, for a little rodeo update. We're getting down towards the end of the season, summer ending, fall beginning, and then pretty soon we're going to be down in Las Vegas to see the best of the best go at it. It'll be a whole lot of fun. A couple of stories before we take a quick break, get some more guests in here that we don't know still too much more about that big trucker crash on Interstate 80. It's a little early to be talking about big crashes on Interstate 80 that close that highway. I mean, usually that's a winter kind of thing. Certainly weather didn't play a part, but it's one of the more dangerous, by the statistics, one of the more dangerous interstates in all the country. Devastating collision, destroyed a pair of semi-trailers. We have photographs of the trucks in the aftermath, and they are just wrecked, just destroyed. What we do know from the Greg Johnson story is one person was life-flighted from the scene. Another was reported dead at the scene, I believe, and eastbound and westbound was closed for several hours. Then they had it down to just eastbound between Rawlins and Laramie was closed. One fatality confirmed, another taken from the scene by air ambulance, according to Aaron Brown, the Highway Patrol PIO. Aaron Brown did share that with Greg Johnson, the Cowboy State Daily. It's tough. Truckers rerouted. Some just decided to wait it out at the Sinclair Stinker I-80 Travel Plaza right there on exit 221. And dangerous. Yeah, that highway, dangerous. And that's yet another evidence, another accident on Interstate 80 that shows you evidence of how dangerous it can be. Mark Hines says camping can be dangerous as well, even if it's the glamping sort, where you're spending time in a yurt there in the Crandall area of Park County. This incident happened the other night up there in Park County in the Crandall area, a yurt of kind of the white man's version of a teepee. Some Park County guests at this residence owned by Nan Jackson O'Neill, some guests that were staying in the yurt, heard some scratching, heard some noise. It turned out to be a bear. They found evidence of scratching. A bear was scratching at the yurt, kind of tearing it up a little. It turned out those guests were spending their last night in the yurt, and it would turn out whether you're spending your last scheduled night there or either way, after a bear scratches on the tent, that's your last night staying in the yurt. And then the worst part of it is the very next night, the bear came back and did even more damage to the yurt, really tore it up. And we have some of the photographs courtesy of Nan Jackson O'Neill. In the story written by Mark Hines, this bear did a number. And the property owner estimated it was an older female bear. And sure enough, Game and Fish confirmed that they had trapped a grizzly bear in that area like the next day. And it was a 25-year-old female. And they did euthanize it. When grizzly bears tear up tents and yurts and stuff like that, looking for food reward, that's never a good thing because, that's where humans are found, in tents and yurts. That's usually that's behavior that's not tolerated by wildlife management. So, that's the end result of that female bear. Mark Hines has that story. It's in the Cowboy State Daily. You should check it out. We'll be right back. We got a special guest coming up. We're going to talk about the Seroptimists of Cody. They're putting on that big run that's coming up, the 17th annual Run for Hope, coming up on October 4th. You've probably been hearing about it. Seroptimist International of Cody. We'll have a couple of guests from the Seroptimists talk about that fundraising race, the Run for Hope, right after this quick break. You're enjoying the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Finally Friday.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Mom, I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuff.
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye,
more.
I don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a finally Friday. It's a man's world, as what's his name sang, but it's run by women. We know that. Women and girls. Seroptimist Club's here. Let's see who's who. We got LaDawn, I think, is all the way on the right. If you're... Yep. Hi, LaDawn. And who else is with us this morning?
Carrie Wilson.
Carrie Wilson.
And Linda Tremelling.
Okay, so it's LaDawn. It's Carrie, Linda, LaDawn. I'm going to put that in order in my brain. Okay, so any of y'all please chime in as we learn more about the 17th annual Run for Hope coming up on October 4th. And these young ladies, members of the Seroptimists International Cody Club. I know a lot of the Seroptimists here in Jackson. I've met with them, worked with them. They do this big Christmas tree every Christmas. Do you guys do that?
Not the Christmas tree. We have a huge wine fundraiser in the spring, and then this is our cancer fundraiser that we do every fall. Every club kind of does their own fundraisers based on their community needs.
I can get behind the wine thing. You're on the right track there. Yep. That would not take me much convincing. So the cancer fundraiser, of course, we're thinking about Lainey Cole, and we're raising money for cancer on her behalf. Lainey Cole was a Seroptimist.
She was a long-standing member. She put a lot of effort into this particular fund, and we thought it only appropriate to name the fund after her. And as the years went on, we realized the need. And so that's how the Run for Hope came about. It's our 17th annual Run for Hope. It's on October 4th, and it starts at the rec center at 9:30. It involves a lot of people. We've had a lot of people come from Cheyenne, Casper, out of Billings, Montana, out of Red Lodge, Montana. A lot of people show up to run this. It's a chip time event. So if you're just wanting to walk, that's great. But if you want to come out and see what your time is, we've got the competitive timing here. So it kind of covers all gamuts of people who are wanting to help and also get out and have a fun time.
$35 in advance, the entry fee, $20 for students, 19 and younger, $10 for the kids race. Now, what have you found over the 17 years? What kind of participants are you attracting? People who just want to fund the cause, I would imagine, and just want to walk it like me, maybe with a glass of wine, but some who are like ultra competitive, like they're serious about it. You probably run the gamut of who wants to be involved in this.
We do. We have a lot of past cancer fund recipients or families of people that have passed away that were recipients of our cancer fund. Plus, we have a lot of competitive people that just come to do the chip time, because chip timing it gives you a very accurate time on your run. No matter when you start, if you start 5 minutes after everyone else, that's okay. Your chip doesn't start until you go across the mat. And I know we have like John Housel. He's over 70 here in Cody, and he comes every year to run it. He loves us. He loves our fundraiser. He sees what we're doing. So we have people in their 70s, and then we also have the little kiddos that run the race. It's just around the rec center, really short. But, we cheer them on. We let them run through like a ribbon at the end. It's fun for the whole family, basically.
Oh, that John's an overachiever. He's got to let somebody else win once in a while.
He is the go-getter, that is for sure.
We're talking to Carrie Wilson, Linda Tremeling, LaDawn Ryan, Seroptimist, big Cody race coming on. Who can speak to the numbers? They're truly astounding. The kind of who's the dollar and cents, who's the financial person. Last year alone, 32 women were helped, grants of $24,000 in all of the 16 years that we've been racing. Almost $250,000 raised from this event.
Yeah, that is what we have been able to give out. And that's the reason why we continue to do this event, is so that fund stays funded, so that we can continue to help women that are battling cancer. So yes, last year I think was our biggest year of the 32 the recipients with the $24,000 that we were able to help, which we're blessed that we're able to help them, but that's also sad that we have that many that we're having to help that are battling cancer at the same time. And we would just want to make sure that we can continue to do that for them.
Now, are you raising money for cancer care or cancer research, or both? I mean, we got to cure this thing, and there's a demand for grants. What is it?
So our fund is specifically for those women that are battling cancer. So they put in a request for funds, and we give them a grant to go out. They can use it for groceries. They can use it for travel to appointments. They can use it for lodging at doctor's appointments, treatments, deductibles for their health insurance, medical costs. They can use it for anything. It is basically just to lessen the financial burden that they have as they're going through treatments and battling the disease that they have. So they can use it in any form or fashion just to help reduce that financial burden.
And we don't monitor what they use it for.
Now, in its 17th year, it's not just the run and walk. It's not just the race. A few years ago, you thought expanding and starting thinking outside the box. We got a mom prom, another feature of the event. How do we get involved in that?
We do. That actually takes place on October 18th. And that is going to help fund another cancer fund that will help women in Bighorn County, Washakie County, and Hot Springs County. So it will be run the same way as the Laney Cole, but it will reach out to the other 3 counties. And that will happen at the Olive Glen Golf Course. We're charging $30 for the evening. And we have live music. We have all kinds of raffles. And we just encourage women to come out, have a good time, and support the cause.
This is happening, the run race, Saturday, October 4th. Pre-register, highly suggested. Where can we do that online? Runsignup.com, is that right?
Yeah, runsignup.com, or they can head on downtown to Sunlight Sports and do it in person. And we'd love them to register by today in order to be guaranteed a t-shirt. But if not, they can still register up until the race and even the day of the race.
Yeah, actually, we didn't talk about that, but commemorative t-shirt is what you'll get if you hurry up and get in there, just to show off that you are supporting the cause. That'd be nice to do. If you really want to show off, how about doing it as a group, showing a little team spirit, dress up, do it as an organization, Get involved. That'd be fun.
I know there's a bunch of nurses and employees from the actual cancer center, and every year they come dressed up in some sort of team group effort or theme. Yeah. And they are just so supportive of us because they see us in there helping people every day.
What about you, ladies? Are you going to run, walk, do it?
I used to just, help set up and then go run the 5K and come back and then help do prizes, etc.
Whoa, that's a lot.
Yeah, but it's gotten super busy with the crowds that we attract. So I've decided to not run, let other people win. Not really. I'm getting old.
Yeah.
Let other people win, and then
Yeah, we have to be the worker bees.
Yeah.
Yep. So, yep.
Seroptimist Club of Cody. If you're not familiar with Seroptimist, the mission is to improve the lives of women and girls through programs leading to social and economic empowerment. Go, ladies. We know they run the world, right?
Thank you.
October 4th is the big Laney Cole Memorial Women's Cancer Fund Run Walk. Now I know what chip time is. I kind of knew that was chip time, but I didn't realize the things I learn every day. Yeah.
Yep.
Thanks for coming on, LaDawn Ryan, Carrie Wilson, Linda Tremeling, Seroptimists of Cody. October 4th. Go register right now. Don't waste time. In fact, it's the only time I will allow you to just leave the show that we're doing, right? Go open up another tab and go to runsignup.com and get signed up now and get that commemorative t-shirt. Ladies, thanks for being on. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Have a great weekend.
Thank you. You too.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues after this word from guess who? I think our Seroptimists themselves.
The Seroptimists of Cody are inviting you to join them for their 17th annual Run for Hope, Saturday, October 4th. This 5K, 10K chip timed walk and run starts at the Rec Center at 9:30 a.m. with a kids race at 9. Proceeds support the Laney Cole Memorial Women's Cancer Fund. You can register for $35 in advance, $40 the day of the race. Discounted kids and student rates are available. You can register at Sunlight Sports in downtown Cody or online at runsignup.com. See you Saturday, October 4th for the Cody Seroptimist Run for Hope.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so cute. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Well, finally it is the weekend. It's a Friday. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. I was calling it the weekend on Wednesday, hoping for that 3-day work week promised by Bill Gates, the CEO of Zoom, and all these smart dudes that said pretty soon Americans will enjoy a 3-day work week thanks to AI and robots taking all our jobs. The downside is you got less work because robots are doing it for you. AI is doing it for you. The upside is, hey, a 3-day work week. That means a 4-day weekend. I think that's how we should preface it. Put the emphasis on the time off. 4-day weekend? Yeah, I can get behind that. Come on, AI. Can't get here soon enough. I like it. Or we can do a 4-day work week, which they invented that in Europe. Most of the European countries on a 4-day work week. How does that work? How do I get into that? Let's go to Piper. It's our Friday segment, Cooking Wyoming with Piper, and Piper's on a perpetual 2-day work week, I think. No, Piper.
On a what day of the week?
I was talking about pretty soon we're going to have a 3-day work week as promised by Bill Gates and all these other people. Yeah, that sounds good.
Let's go for it. We need to campaign for that, Jake.
I'm all about it. 3-day work week. Yeah, I can do that. You're working though. You're working on a Friday. You're there I so badly want to be there. You're in Sheridan at the big Born in a Barn thing.
I am. You need to be here. When Shelley talked about it, Shelley Kinnison, the owner, the founder of this festival, talked about it last week on your show. It doesn't even come close to covering what this festival is all about. It goes on for what seems like acres of vendors that are so cool. And today I'm talking about not just the decor and the clothing and jewelry vendors, but I'm talking to our food vendors. This is Cooking with Wyoming.
Yeah, after all, that's why we're here. It's all about food. Shelley did promise that in addition to 90-something vendors, there would be the top state's food trucks involved. So are you with Ranch Eats or the Philly food truck? Who you got with you?
I am with Troy, who owns Ranch Eats.
Nice.
And amazing. You got to check out his menu. And they do everything from food truck to brick and mortar restaurant. They do catering, and when I say catering, they do weddings. So I'm gonna let Troy talk about what he does.
Yeah. So my name's Troy. My wife Michaela and I own Ranch Eats, and we're based out of Cheyenne, Wyoming. But we have 2 food trucks, a cafe concept, which is aliens and cowboys themed in Cheyenne. It's pretty cool.
Andrew would love that. Aliens and dinosaurs are his thing.
Yeah.
Dude, I want a UFO panini right now.
Can we get that, Troy?
You did your homework. That's
yeah.
nice. Yeah. So yeah, we've got a staff of about 16 full-time employees and work year-round in the food service business and go to Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, Nebraska, wherever you need food, we're there.
I have always been impressed. I'm a wedding DJ, Troy, so I watch all kinds of caterers come in and do their thing. And I'm impressed about how they can recreate what they do in a brick and mortar on site in different places, either in a commercial kitchen they've never seen or they bring their own. It's just incredible how you can do. Tell me the challenges and the different things that are, you've got your own, the brick and mortar, the headquarters, the cafe, and then you got a food truck, and then you've got catering. Like, how do you do that?
So, I mean, as far as it relates to events, I used to go to sites and see them, before we would go do an event to see what I was working with. But now if I'm taking a truck, that kind of covers all the unknowns. So anything that a site may have is usually a bonus. As long as they got water and electric, we can work with the rest.
his food truck is decked out. I mean, it is a full-blown, decked out commercial kitchen, and it is immaculate. So you're in good hands with Ranch Eats.
And everybody know, like, food trucks are the thing. I don't know if California invented them, but they are on the right track, because I'd rather eat at a food truck than anywhere. Food trucks are where it's at. It's so cool. It's going to be a big reason to go check out Born in a Barn, that big Sheridan event. How did you do it last year, Troy?
Yeah, last year was our first year, and Shelly asked us to come back, and we were happy to do so. It definitely gets us out of Cheyenne, and it's fun event and goes to a good cause.
Okay, who, you or Michaela or someone else, who is the real genius in the kitchen? Who comes up with, like, the crazy dishes? Like, oh, let's try this.
I would say it's a combination, between her, myself, and then our head chef, Damon, does a great job, and we kind of collaborate on what we're doing and when we're going to do it. And we don't always keep the same stuff either. We switch it up.
Yeah. You're always experimenting. Now, you got the cooking genius right next to you, Piper. You're going to give him the seal of approval? What do you think?
Jake, you know what? It seems like you've got to have the brisket and macaroni and cheese. It is the ultimate comfort food. And it just, talk about making your taste buds smile.
Dude, I got a brother-in-law in Texas who does Texas brisket. You got to do it slow, so I got a taste for it. I don't know. What do you think, Troy? Where did you learn to do your brisket? And you do, it's a unique, it's a Texas thing. Ooh, you got to do it right.
Yeah. As a Culinary Institute of America graduate, I mean, that's kind of where I learned how to smoke and learn how to do meats right, low and slow, and yeah.
Man,
I think he's got the corner on brisket here. What are some of your other favorite things that you have in the truck today?
So we have a birria French dip with fresh cilantro and lime, and then our famous garlic parm fries.
Ooh.
We have a pulled pork with chipotle and crispy onions and shredded cheddar. And then we have a loaded taco fry that we're doing. And then a crispy chicken sandwich, as close as you can get to Chick-fil-A.
Oh, wow. Okay. He's got the menu covered here.
Yeah.
He's got the menu covered.
So cool.
So Jake, this vendor show goes on for 2 days. So it's all day today, all day Friday, and all day Saturday. So there's plenty of time for you to get here.
Don't tempt me. I should have known. I should have been able to plan ahead, because there's actually if you go to Ranch Eats, we're talking to Troy. If you go to Ranch Eats, they have the food truck schedule. So we know where the truck's going to be ahead of time. They go. You probably know our friend Double Dubs. You go to UW football games at the War. Keep everybody well fed. By the way, happy birthday tomorrow to Michaela, right?
Yeah, you are correct.
Yeah.
That's why she got the day off today.
So, yeah, we know where the food truck's going to be. I love that the schedule's there. You can know, it doesn't have to be a surprise. You know where to find it. If I were to get there, Piper, and I'm not counting it out totally, I can get to Sheridan, Born in a Barn event. It's got to be big. Like, where do I find the food trucks? Are they in a certain section? Where's Ranch Eats at?
There's a whole food truck court. So there's a number of food trucks, and then they have an area, just a really quaint area with vintage couches and chairs and tables to sit and enjoy. It's their mimosa garden. So they have this whole mimosa garden that they've put together. This is a great event and for a great cause, helping all the cancer patients here in Sheridan.
Yeah, and I love that kind of shopping, like upcycled, repurposed clothing, vintage, whatever. Like, that's my jam. I dig that. What about you, Troy? You going to get out there and do some shopping while you're cooking?
A little bit. Would be nice.
Mm-hmm. Who else is there? Is that the Philly food guy?
This is the Wyoming Philly Wagon owner. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
How you doing? How's it going today?
It's
Are you
going
coming
good.
up or are you staying in the box down there?
Well, I'm half convinced. Push me over the finish line. I want to get out of the box, man. I want to eat. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, if you come up here, you can try our one-of-a-kind food truck flavor, the Wild Philly food truck. Awesome.
So this is Philly cheesesteak. Is that what we're talking about?
Well, kind of. We're like a little twist on it. We have we use brisket, so tender premium brisket, slow about 12 hours last night, and then we top it with some in-house queso cheese and smoked peppers and onions, and put it in a big, nice, soft hoagie roll, and it's served with fresh kettle chips right next to it. So it's a whole meal.
Yeah,
a Wyoming twist on the Philly cheesesteak.
Yeah, absolutely Western. We're not East Coast, that's for sure.
Right. And they're particular about their Philly cheesesteak.
Oh, I know.
Feel it,
I get hate mail all the time. It's great.
Yeah.
I love it.
But
when these folks come up and try it, they really say, well, that's a great tasting sandwich. I appreciate it. So they're real friendly.
Well, I mean, I'm looking at a photo. I'm sharing a photo of it right now, and I don't see how this departs from your traditional, Philly cheesesteak, but with a Wyoming twist. And to me, it really has to have the big hoagie roll. This one looks like it, and the hoagie's got to be fresh, the roll, and that's what makes the Philly cheesesteak. Ooh.
Absolutely. Yeah, the bread, it is all about the bread. I mean,
yeah.
And we got a really nice roll. One day we'll be able to make it ourselves, but I think the roll that we got is pretty good, pretty flavorful.
And I see a photograph of the Wild Philly wagon. Looks pretty impressive. What is the website? Is not doesn't have Philly in the name. What's the website? What's behind that?
Yeah, it's wildphilly.com is our website.
Okay.
Wild Philly. So Wyoming Philly. Yep.
Wild Philly wagon, the Ranch Eats wagon. Piper gets to take a day off, a weekend off from cooking Wyo, and you don't have to get your own kitchen dirty today. You let the food trucks handle it. It's all happening in Sheridan, Born in a Barn. When are we starting today? Today, tomorrow, Sunday? What's the schedule?
It kicks off today at 10.
10 to 6.
10 to 6. And then when do they open tomorrow?
Same time.
Same time.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they have their cowboys that are helping to park. So they're cowboys on horseback. So helping everybody park so they get in here safely. And then it's just acres and acres, it seems, of vendors. And the food trucks truly are a highlight here. There's just deliciousness. And these two gentlemen really know what they're doing when it comes to culinary.
Yeah, 90 seconds after your order at the counter, Wild Philly will have you chowing down on something that puts the fast in fast food. And Ranch Eats is there as well, and probably a whole bunch more. Love the food trucks.
Yeah, 10 o'clock, there'll be a line, probably a football field long getting in here.
Well, that'll be pretty soon.
Yeah, it's coming.
Well, thanks, guys, for doing what you do. Thanks for being on the show. Piper, thanks for grabbing some food truck dudes. Food trucks are where it's at. Piper, you better get a truck and learn something.
I know. I'm taking notes.
Yes.
I'm taking notes.
That's the future. The future is here. It's now, and it's food on wheels. The food truck rules. I love it.
You guys are awesome.
Hey, thanks for being on. Wild Philly and Ranch Eats, just two of the food vendors, food trucks at Born in a Barn. It's going on in Sheridan. Get there fast. Point the car there and go. Thank you all. Have a great weekend. Have
See y'all
fun.
here.
I'll try. I'm sure tempted.
See you, Jake. Have a good weekend.
All right. Thank you. You too. Cowboy State Daily Cooking with Piper is all about Born in a Barn and food trucks in Sheridan. I like that a lot. Who doesn't? Who doesn't want a food truck? Ranch Eats and Wild Philly with the Wyoming Philly wagon. I don't need to take a break. I think we're going to do Game and Fish. Why don't we do that? Wyoming Game and Fish, Ray Hageman has this report, and we'll be right back. after the Game and Fish Sportsman's Moment. Is that what they call it? I think.
Hunters, be sure to be aware of the danger for fire this fall. That's next on the Wyoming Outdoorsman. I'm Ray Hageman. As fire and hunting seasons converge in Wyoming, the Wyoming Game and Fish is urging hunters to exercise extreme caution with their campfires and to stay out of active and recently burned areas. The national preparedness level is currently at level 4 due to scarce firefighting resources and a combination of elevated temperatures and lack of precipitation, which is creating ideal conditions for wildfires in Wyoming. Fire bans and restrictions are currently in place in areas throughout the state. Hunters are encouraged to stay away from active burn areas for their own safety and the safety of firefighters. A fire that starts and burns through the fall can significantly affect hunting access. And to prevent these impacts, land management agencies may institute fire bans or restrictions. A map of game and fish hunt areas, as well as current fire activity, is available on the Game and Fish website, along with regional information as it becomes available. First, check for restrictions. Before you go camping, check with the Land Management Agency, that's the Forest Service, the BLM, or state lands, to see if there are any fire bans or restrictions in place on those lands. Extinguish completely. Never leave a campfire unattended. Drown fires with plenty of water and dirt, stir up the ashes, and ensure that all remnants are cold to the touch before you leave. Clear the ground of all flammable materials and avoid building a fire under or at the base of a tree. Fire can burn into roots and then smolder for days. If it's windy, don't bother starting a warming fire. Use several gallons of water to fully extinguish fires, not just a water bottle, and remember to keep your chains from dragging on the ground while driving. Those who violate fire restrictions or whose campfire causes a wildfire can be subject to fines up to $5,000 for individuals and up to $10,000 for organizations, as well as imprisonment up to 6 months or both. A responsible party can be charged the costs of extinguishing a fire. Current fire restrictions on game and fish land can be found on the fire ban webpage by going to the Game and Fish website. The Wyoming Outdoorsman is a program produced by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. Thanks for listening. I'm Ray Hageman.
Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. Now, back to the show.
Let's get back to it as we make our way to the top of the hour on a finally Friday Cowboy State Daily Show. This story from Claire McFarland. I saw this posted by the SO, Sublette County Sheriff's Office, on the Facebook, and of course, Claire immediately on it with a few more details and the story. Hunters were able to run across some human bones scattered across a remote area near Sweetwater Guard Station Campground, western Wyoming. This is in Sublette County. The Sublette County Sheriff's Office has recovered the bones. What they know now is it's believed to be a male, adult male. The bones approximately aged to have been there at that location for about 5 years. So what the Sublette County Sheriff's Office is doing, obviously, is going back over the records, trying to find a situation where there was a missing persons about 5 years ago. I don't believe they've been successful with finding anyone they think was missing from about 5 years ago. Investigators did find an identification card on scene, but have not yet confirmed the person's identity or cause of death. I would imagine that the identification card maybe can't be read clearly. Foul play, according to Lieutenant Travis Bingham, foul play has been ruled out, does not seem to be a factor. No missing person reports have been matched to the remains or the location. So it's going to take some investigation. That's all we know at this point. The remains were found northwest of this Sweetwater Guard Station Campground, which sits right there on the Fremont County side of the county line, but it is Sublette County that's taking the lead on law enforcement. Wind River Mountain Range beckons occasional search and rescue operations in this area, but still it's considered a very remote area, not well-traveled trailhead, not a lot of search and rescue activity there over the years, really. Fremont County Under Sheriff Mike Hutchison said the Fremont County side of the range doesn't prompt a lot of search and rescue calls at all, really. So there would be very little reason for anybody to have been out there. Claire McFarland, Wendy Core discuss it a little more here.
Hunters found separated human bones scattered in a remote area near the Sweetwater Guard Station campground earlier this month. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the sheriff's office responded to the area for a report of human remains discovered by hunters, along with a tent and personal items that appeared to have been in the area for about 5 years.
They know more than they're saying because they say they found an ID card, but they haven't positively confirmed the identity. What that means is anyone's guess, but they are asking for information from anyone who found bones or personal effects in that area.
The Sublette County Sheriff's Office urges anyone who's visited the Sweetwater Gap area in recent years and possibly encountered bones, camping equipment, or other personal items to contact them.
I'm wondering if they didn't recover the ID card but can't read it. I don't know that Sublette County Sheriff's Office knows any more than they're divulging at this point. It could be if they estimate the bones have been there for 5 years. Imagine an ID card 5 years outside in the elements. Like, they may know that it's an ID card, but they probably can't read it. I don't know. That's my guess. Investigators still trying to figure out who it is, get closure for relatives, for the family. So many missing person cases out there that just waiting to be tied up. Jen Coker will tell you that. That's going to do it for this hour on a Friday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We got more coming, more guests, more action, a lot more news. And yeah, we're going to pack it all into the final hour of the show. Top of the hour news coming for our radio affiliates. We'll see you on the other side of that.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Hunters found separated human bones scattered in a remote area near the Sweetwater Guard Station campground earlier this month. The Sublette County Sheriff's Office told Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland that the office responded to the area for a report of human remains discovered by hunters, along with a tent and personal items that appeared to have been in the area for about 5 years.
They know more than they're saying because they say they found an ID card, but they haven't positively confirmed the identity. What that means is anyone's guess, but they are asking for information from anyone who found bones or personal effects in that area in the past 5 years. And they think that a man essentially died or otherwise ended up there 5 years ago.
The Sublette County Sheriff's Office urges anyone who's visited the Sweetwater Gap area in recent years and possibly encountered bones, camping equipment, or other personal items to contact them. As communities in Wyoming debate whether to allow spent fuel storage as the state's nuclear industry is growing, state legislators on Wednesday heard about how Canada has handled its dilemma of where to put its nuclear waste. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that at a Council of State Governments West conference hosted at Snow King Resort in Jackson Wednesday, Wyoming legislators were among those learning about how Canada was able to identify a nuclear waste site. That's in stark contrast to the United States, which has never successfully identified a location for permanent storage.
all the issues that are facing Western lawmakers are distilled down and experts are presented, and it's a time for legislators to kind of go to school. So no surprise that when it's hosted in Wyoming, they start talking about nuclear waste, because that is certainly top of mind with a lot of legislators in Wyoming as the nuclear industry seeks to expand in Wyoming.
Whether or not Wyoming should allow more nuclear waste to be stored in the state continues to divide towns from Rock Springs to Bar None to Gillette. A couple who own remote vacation rental property in the Crandall area of Park County say they haven't had issues with bears for more than 2 decades. But that streak ended last week when a grizzly came onto their property 2 nights in a row. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that on the first night, the bear apparently clawed a little bit at their yurt with guests inside. On the second night, the bear came back for more.
She said they take all the usual precautions. They keep the place clean. They don't do anything dumb that's going to attract bears. And it's paid off. For 24 years, they've had virtually no trouble with bears. Well, last week, a grizzly showed up. It showed up one night when there were people in the yurt and kind of snuffed around the yurt and swatted at it. It seems they found some small claw marks on the outside of the yurt that night. That was the last night the guests were scheduled to stay, and so they left. The night after that, the grizzly came back and really ripped off a whole side of the yurt.
The property owner says they've made repairs to the yurt and will keep it as a vacation rental. The Wyoming Game and Fish Department confirmed that it had trapped and euthanized a bear in the area. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Wyoming families face big challenges and big opportunities. That's why Wyoming Family Alliance is hosting the 4th annual Wyoming Family Policy Summit on September 26th and 27th in Cheyenne. The summit opens Friday night with a gala featuring Congresswoman Harriet Hagman. On Saturday, state and national policy leaders will address pressing family issues such as parental rights, DEI in schools, and more. Reserve your seat today at wyomingfamily.org. That's wyomingfamily.org.
Well, Jay Richard, Wyoming's Pumpkin King, won't be bringing a 2,000-pound pumpkin to the 2025 Wyoming State Championship Weigh-Off and Pumpkin Drop in early October. But his colleague, Chad Kurtenbach, who's growing a pumpkin in his backyard in Lovell, just might. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that Richard, Kurtenbach, and other growers from several states will be bringing giant gourds and the cream of their crop to Worland on October 4th. That will put some weight behind the reputations of the region's biggest and best growers of the season.
Jay Richard has grown some tremendously large pumpkins throughout his career. He has a custom-built greenhouse for growing his pumpkins with temperature control, irrigation systems, but he's had a bad year. Meanwhile, his friend in Lovell has been growing a pumpkin in his backyard, and it's reaching 2,000 pounds. It could cross the 2,000-pound mark before the Wyoming State Championship Weigh-Off and Pumpkin Drop on the 4th of October.
Wyoming's state record for a pumpkin, 2,062 pounds, was set in 2023 by Andy Corbin of Cheyenne. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Getting back to it on a Friday, Cowboy State Daily Show. Wendy's here. Wendy Core. Wendy?
Yes.
What's happening?
Hi. Well, I made the big announcement on the newscast last night or this morning, that I'm actually departing Cowboy State Daily And so it's been it's been kind of interesting. It's been wonderful reading the YouTube comments on the YouTube channel, and been getting some text messages and things like that over the course of the day. But it's going to be, it's a great thing. And I've just been so proud to have what we have here and to be a part of building what we have here. I mean, what I started with the Cowboy State Daily Radio News and made into the video news, that's launched you. And we've just had this amazing growth because of that. So I'm very proud of what we've done here. And now I'm leaving it in good hands.
I guess I'm finding a lot of bitter in the bittersweet, but it's good for you, and that's good for me. And yeah, next man up, next woman up, whatever it takes, as they say in sports.
Mac Watson is taking over my spot here. Is going to take over the anchor seat, and will be the new broadcast media director for Cowboy State Daily. And we've been training all week, and it's, the poor guy's drinking from a fire hose because it's just, there's so much detail, as you know, to putting on any sort of production like this. There are so many moving parts and so many, the little mouse clicks. And I mean, you got to move this to this. It's learning the software, and it's learning the culture, and it's learning all of these things. So Mac has a big job ahead of him, but he's so accomplished. He's very much a radio veteran. So it's going to be great. And you will start getting him on your show. I think he's going to take my spot right here on Fridays.
Irreplaceable, but okay. We'll take Mac. It's not Wendy. You're right, though. When you talk about the stuff we spend in front of the mic, that time there's 1,000 mouse clicks that are behind that and nobody ever sees.
Exactly.
Oh, it's a lot of work.
It is.
Good for you. No. I guess, are you going to do your own farewell tour? Like we're seeing the Secretary of Education, Linda McMahon.
What's that about?
She's on a farewell tour saying, I'm out of this job. Like, it's so weird.
Yeah. I don't know. We all have mixed feelings. There's something to be said for letting the states be in control of their curriculum. And I think that that's great, but there's also something to be said for a federal guiding hand that sets the standards as a country. And, there's federal funding, and there's all these things that all, I'm not educated enough, in the topic to speak on it. All I see is the two very different sides, but I can see the positives to both sides.
Yeah. And, I know the governor, Mark Gordon, I know Superintendent of Public Instruction, Megan Degenfelder, they're both very eager for this to take place. The going away of the farewell tour of Linda McMahon and the U.S. Secretary of Education. And states states can do it better, they say. So that's where we're at. 50-state tour that Linda McMahon is on. She stopped by Jackson Hole Classical Academy in Jackson, and the coverage by Jackson Walker, Jackson everywhere.
Yeah, I know, right?
Jackson stopped by and visited me yesterday on his way there.
He? Hey, that's cool.
And he's driving like a red Camaro, like a sweet red Camaro.
Is he really?
I was so jealous.
Dude.
I'm like, Jackson, you're traveling in style. Oh, man. Yeah, he fit right in Jackson, Wyoming.
In Jackson Hole, Wyoming. That's great. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, I'll have to ask him about that. That's too fun.
He's a
great kid. He's a great... But he's a good reporter, though, too. And when we're doing our Zooms with him and he's telling us about his stories for the day, he is a complete natural.
Yeah.
I mean, he's meant to be a modern day news reporter, very much so.
He really is. He's so young. There's a lot of things he doesn't yet know about even Wyoming, but the instincts are there, and he was born to be a reporter. You can see it.
And he's so willing to learn. I mean, the stories that he was giving us, right after he was hired and when he was basically still being a freelancer, I'm like, that sounds like you live here. I'm impressed because you've never lived here. So
It's
no, he's going to be great.
Encouraging to see who you and I are passing the torch on to. People like Jackson Walker. Yeah,
Yes, this next generation of journalists.
Hey, how about, I love this story, Andrew Rossi, for its goofiness, whenever we talk about big, gorgeous, big pumpkins and Jay Richard, the Pumpkin King, but I love the idea that Jay Richard does all this. He sends his soil for testing and sampling. He's got air conditioning. He's done everything to grow the perfect pumpkin. And then some guy down the road, Chad, just beat him with a pumpkin by throwing a seed in the backyard. Oh, man.
I know. Isn't that funny? No, it does. And you got to feel for Jay. I mean, this is Jay's passion.
Yeah.
Growing giant pumpkins. Everybody has to have a thing, right?
Yeah.
And growing giant pumpkins is Jay Richard's thing. And so I love that he's got this thing that he chases after, and that the perfect pumpkin. He has, I think he was the champion. Not last year before he won down in Utah.
Yeah, he's been there.
Like that.
He's been on the podium. Yeah.
He's been on the podium. Again, everybody has their thing. And I just love that everybody has a different thing. And that, this is Jay's, and it's entertaining for us to be able to watch that. I love that we cover it. And it gives people an outlet. It's like, see what I did? This is important.
Jay does not have the record-setting pumpkin. That might be Chad, but Jay will smash the pumpkin. That's
he will smash the pumpkin. Smashing Pumpkins. What a great name for a band, right?
Yeah.
Gee, somebody should have thought of that.
I know. That's going to take place in Worland coming up here pretty soon.
October 4th, I think.
Okay. Excellent. Boy, I would love to get to Sheridan this weekend. Born in the Barn is going on right now. Piper was just on with some food truck vendors that are going to be there. Ooh. But it's a great event to do some shopping for vintage, upscale, used clothing. Like that, that's my jam. I love that stuff. Thrifting.
I am a huge thrifter. I cannot tell you how many that a good 80% of my closet is stuff I've gotten from thrift stores.
Yeah.
Because I don't buy new, because there's so many great other clothes out there that cost about half the price, if not less. So I'd much rather do that. So no, that sounds like fun. I wish I could go do that. But we've got stuff going on here in Cody. It's the Rendezvous Royale week. So there's a lot happening. Buffalo Bill Art Show and Sale is tonight. Tonight's Buffalo Bill Art Show and Sale. Yep. Tomorrow is the quick draw, and then they've got the Patrons Ball tomorrow night. So
nice.
It's going to be a big weekend here in Cody.
Andrew Rossi said he's going to the art show. He's going to let us know what happens. And, of course, the Seroptimists of Cody are going to have that race coming up October 4th.
Is it the Run for Hope? Oh,
yes,
good.
Yes.
Yes. I used to sing the national anthem for that.
Oh, nice.
Yes. No, I love doing that. And how it started. Lainey Cole is who it started in memory of. And I just think that was a really important thing to be able to honor her and her life and her legacy in that way, but also then to inspire other people and raise money for a really great cause. Before we go, though, I have to tell you, my podcast this week, I got it. I scored it. Cam Shawley, Superintendent Yellowstone National Park. So he says he wants to talk to you, though, Jake.
I know. I was going to say, I've been after him for a while.
You have, yes. Yeah. No, to tell you, I got him before I left because I messaged. I said, "So guys, can I talk to Cam, because I'm done at the end of September and I'd really like to tell." Yeah. So they said, "Oh, yeah, let's get you on there." So it was great. It was a great conversation. We talked for like 45 minutes or more. It was a long one.
Yeah.
So, but so much great information. And he's not afraid to be controversial. He's not afraid to say what he thinks about grizzly bear delisting or about wolves or about all of these things. I think that just, he's a strong leader for a superintendent for Yellowstone National Park, and yet he's still accessible to all of us. And I think he's one of the better superintendents that we've had, at least from a press standpoint, one of the better superintendents that we've had. And I'm pleased that we've had him for 7 years now.
Yeah. He runs a show in Yellowstone, if you don't know, Cam Shawley, and he time to be in that position is tough. Like this day and age, the park faces so many challenges from wildlife, wildfire, to the biggest
floods.
Budgetary concern. The biggest challenge he faces is tourism. There are so many. We're loving that park to death. It's really tough. He's got a lot of decisions to make. That must have been a great conversation.
It was a great conversation, but every turn, he talks about the team that he has there and the amazing people because he's like throwing around all of these terms, terrestrial invasives and, all of these ologies. And I'm like, you have to learn a lot as the superintendent of Yellowstone. He said, but I've got all the experts right here. The experts are all right here. They just feed me what I need to know. So, but it's a great conversation. Don't miss out. That's going to be tomorrow's podcast. But then the week after, I'll introduce everybody to Mac Watson.
Sounds nice.
Those are my last two podcasts.
What a way to go out in a blaze of glory. Wendy Core, the roundup with Cam Shawley, the superintendent of the nation's first national park. That's cool.
And the best, if you ask us. But,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Jake, thanks so much.
Thank you, Wendy. Appreciate it.
Talk to you next week.
Great weekend.
You too. Bye-bye.
Cowboy State Daily show on a Friday. Yeah, Wendy Core making the announcement that she's going to move on, and we'll get a guy named Mac taking over her role with Cowboy State Daily, which means being the voice and the face of news at Cowboy State Daily. It's a big job. Wendy has done it admirably, for sure. Award-winningly, for sure. With the roundup this weekend, Cam Shawley, Yellowstone superintendent. Don't miss that on the Roundup Cowboy State Daily. We're going to get rounded up here for a quick break this hour. Friday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show continues with your buddy Beggs next.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story Will Crow About, Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable.
Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
The Dutch. Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Yeah, let's get to it. What did I say yesterday? Please tell me, because I can't remember. No, what did I say yesterday? When ABC announced that Jimmy Kimmel was going off the air indefinitely, I said, well, what about The View? Talking about talk shows on TV that the FCC needs to crack down on. What about The View? Sure enough, FCC chair today in the news has The View in his viewfinder. They're next. I love it. Oh, I hate The View. I mean, I don't watch it, but I would never watch it. I don't like it. Bunch of old ladies cackling about Democrat politics. The View. So the FCC chair announced that he's looking at you, The View. Good. I said yesterday they should be next. Cancel all the TV. Kick them all out, and you'll be left. God. You'll only be left with Cowboy State Daily Radio podcast.
Hey, what are we going to do without that hen house, right?
I know.
Oh, God. Don't get me started. Here we go.
Bills won last night. Did you see that game?
Oh, yeah. You betcha.
Yeah.
I forgot that they were on Thursday night.
Yeah.
I got home, and now I've figured out how to get a reminder on my phone.
Oh.
So I don't miss, because I've done that before.
Mm.
When they're not playing Sunday afternoon when they're supposed to, I've been known to miss. But yeah.
Well, you learn your lesson if you have a fantasy football team and you got somebody playing Thursday night and you want them in or out of the lineup. You'll learn that pretty quick. Thursday night football.
Yeah, well, the Bills are getting a lot of primetime coverage. Yeah. They're must-see TV, that's for sure.
Yeah, they are.
Josh was on. I was surprised at Tua until he threw that interception at the worst possible time. Woo. He looked good. He's had a rough season, and he played well the whole game. And just like Henry did in the first week game with the Bills, who was running all roughshod over the Bills, fumbles end of the game. Tua throws an interception after playing so well the whole game. So part of me felt a little sorry for him. 0-3 too.
I knew that game would be a test for Buffalo because conference, when you play a team in conference, those are rivalry games. And the Fish know all about the Bills, that Miami gives Buffalo its best games. Same with the Jets, same with the Patriots. Those are always close games. You don't usually beat up on your divisional rival there. It's very difficult.
Well, not to glorify Josh Allen any more than we have or he deserves, but hey, they're 3-0. He looked good last night. It was the defense that was a little shaky, I thought.
Yeah.
But Josh was good, man. He threw some bullets, man. And he was threading that needle.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about, where he was finding that receiver between defenders and right down.
He's fitting the ball in small space. It really is Josh 2.0. When he came up, he was not that accurate and he was mistake prone. Those two things have gone away, and it's a new Josh.
He is less prone to take off running. And part of me likes that and is relieved, but part of me wants to see him leap over a linebacker again too. So, but I don't want him to get hurt. I mean, I'll take what I can get, and the fact that he has really settled down with precision passing from the pocket too. God, what's left?
I know. He's done, and now it's game management, pre-snap reads. He's become really smart. I mean, he is the dude. He's the MVP.
I think he looks even better with those raccoon eyes that he had last night. With that nose,
he's rocking the visor, and he's got.
That's funny. Did you hear what he said about the visor?
No, he said
that he has a.
In UW, who he wore it for the swag, like he wanted to look
swag. Cool. I love the guy. He's so honest. He's just, I didn't have any reason to wear it. I just thought it looked cool. So at the UW, so I have wore one before. I can't wait till November 22nd. I don't know. I got my show. I got other stuff going on. How I'm going to get down there. I need somebody with a Learjet to come pick me up.
Yeah,
and fly me down there, and I wanted to see that. But do you know if there's going to be some kind of a coverage of that?
National coverage? I don't know.
I mean, I think there's a lot of interest. I love seeing they do scan the crowd. Every time they scan the crowd, you spot a Wyoming Cowboys jersey or sign in the Bills Stadium. So there is, some national interest, not nearly as much as, the metropolis of Wyoming with this story. But hopefully we'll be able to watch it, that it'll be streamed somewhere or something.
Well, 3 straight days of football. Bills last night, high school football across Wyoming tonight, and beautiful weather everywhere. Don Day predicts no matter where you take in your football. And then tomorrow, late night, prime time, the Cowboys and the Buffs going to go at it. Any sports stuff on your show tomorrow, Bags? You're a sports guy.
Not really. I mean, sort of. I'm going to be talking some rodeo.
Okay.
With a character. This guy's a character. Like him very much. Work with him, and he's still team roping. He's in his 70s and competing.
Wow.
In his 70s as a team roper. He's a funny guy. He's kind of I work with him, and he's kind of the class clown, keeps us entertained. He's that guy in the meeting but very, very interesting guy. Roger St. Clair is his name, and he'll be on at the 8:00 hour. So that's about as close as I can get. I guess, hiking. I've got the Sheridan Community Land Trust director on. We're, the change of the season, and with hunters up there. Deb and I just got down from the mountain yesterday. We've been up there for 10 days, other than coming down last Saturday to do the show. But, we've been up there. That's why, if you notice, I'm a little ragged. But I'll be talking to him. This part of the season, as Deb and I notice when we go on the hikes, the bow hunters are out there. And so if you're a hiker or horseback or whatever, you got to be aware that there are hunters out there, and they're camoed. It's not like rifle season where you can see them and see where they're posted up. But with the bow hunters, by design, they're hidden away. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. And then, of course, we've got some brand new trails opening up here in the Bighorn Mountains. And this is one of my favorite charitable organizations. They build and maintain the trail system, which is extensive here in Bighorn Mountain country. And they work out the relationships with private landowners, Jake, where they allow you access through their private property into state or national forest property, and then back into private and so on. So you can stay on this trail, do a giant loop, and see vistas that you wouldn't see because it's private property.
Yeah.
And I just think that's an amazing show of cooperation, but with the community, with ranchers, farmers, and hikers, which is a big deal because sometimes people don't realize the blessing that they have and don't take care of things or leave things or chase somebody's cattle or have their dog chase it anyway. It's an interesting topic because Deb and I utilize the trail system very actively and love it. So he's on at 7, and then I've got the president of the American sheep industry. Last week, I talked about what beef cattle are doing price-wise. These are record high prices, beef cattle and sheep. I didn't know until I reached out and started doing my research. So we're going to come on and talk about that. This Brad Boner both herds sheep and beef cattle, does both, but he's well known in those circles, and I try to regularly check in with our agriculture community, and he's the go-to guy when it comes to sheep, Jake. So he'll be on at 6 that I mentioned. Oh, here's my favorite one. Jackie Dorothy's coming on. Our writer. Robert Redford is our topic. She wrote a great article. I think it was on the 16th in Cowboy State Daily. All of our articles and shows, yours and mine, are archived there on Cowboy State Daily. You need to read this article she did with Robert Redford, about Robert Redford and his connection to Wyoming, which is vast, as I found out after reading that article. And some great stories, the Hole in the Wall gang. He was enamored with Wyoming and our outlaw history. And so if you haven't yet, read Jackie's article and join us on Saturday. She's my 9 o'clock guest, and we're going to talk about, some of his Westerns, obviously. Deb and I, just coincidentally, he passed away the night he passed away. We said, well, I want to watch a Robert Redford movie. And we didn't take 2 minutes. We stopped on Jeremiah Johnson. And it's just, you recognize the Rocky Mountains immediately. So Deb and I, of course, Googled and said, where are they? Montana, Wyoming. It's Utah, where they film most of it. But it's our sagebrush. it's our, Rocky Mountains. And it's just well done. And you think about it, it's done in 1973. It could have been done yesterday. It's just so well done that it's timeless. And so that was the one that we chose of all the great Robert Redford movies. So Jackie Dorothy on at 9 o'clock with your buddy Bags on Saturday, talking about Robert Redford's career and focusing on his focus on Wyoming and the cowboy or Western lifestyle.
Yeah, just from being in Westerns, he learned to really love the Wild West between 1969's Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, and
love
then just
that one. That's probably next.
One. Oh yeah.
How about A River Runs Through It?
Yeah, yeah.
She's me, and then The Horse Whisperer.
Oh yeah.
That one, the rumor is, and around here in Sheridan, rumor is that person is real and exists. It's based on a true story, and that person, because remember, Sheridan, we're only, 13 miles as the crow flies from the Montana border, but the actual Horse Whisperer is somewhere up there, not too far away, where the person the story's based on, in other words.
Yeah. But I want to say that's Ray Hunt. There's Buck Brannaman, Ray Hunt.
Yeah, and I've heard that too, and nobody's ever really, for me, confirmed that. But it could be based on more than one person too. They just
could be.
You can, because it's Hollywood. What do they say? Artistic privilege, or
yeah.
Which is okay with me because I love the movie, and you know what? It's technically a chick flick, brother. And so if you watch that with your wife, you can say, well, we watched a chick flick the other night. Remember, we watched Horse Whisperer.
Yeah.
So you get off the hook.
And that had, that was like the debut or very early of introduction to Scarlett Johansson, who played the young lady. Those two were great together.
Yeah, no doubt about it. But then if you don't mention All the President's Men, I think that I mean, that had impact. So, because it was hard to understand if you're an old fart like me. I was 12, 13 years old when Watergate happened. It was happening, so I kind of understood. I've done my research since, et cetera. But I think that movie does a good job of helping to understand. And again, we already mentioned Hollywood's artistic privilege, so how much of it is super accurate. But I think it's close enough, and at least a good enough movie to force you to want to do a little more research about it and what really happened that caused a United States of America president to resign. I am not a crook.
Yeah, hey, that was good. Your buddy Bags with an exciting show tomorrow, jam-packed. You're going to go from rodeo to sheep shearing to horse whispering. And
it keeps me coming back, man. If I had to do the same thing over and over, I'd probably fall over and fall asleep. But no, it's interesting. So enjoying it. And working on some stuff down the road, too. I've got another musician going to come in this studio and jam with me. So... Cool. It keeps your buddy Bags from getting bored. That's for dang sure.
And you're going to have to be the surrogate me. I'm glad you're down out of the mountains to go to that Born in the Barn thing in Sheridan. That sounds
Deb's going to it after the show.
Dude, you got to go. Tell me how that was.
My wife just told me, well, what time is your guest coming in? Roger's coming into the show. And I said, well, he's going to be here at 8 o'clock. She goes, okay. But I'll get the coffee ready for him, and then I'm headed to Born in the Barn. I said, okay, great.
It sounds fun. Yeah.
It is. The community shows up, believe me.
Well, lucky you. You're in the right spot, the jewel spot of the state. Sheridan is the place to be this weekend, and your buddy Bags, the place to be tomorrow. He's got the Cowboy State Daily Show on Saturdays, and it's going to be a good one.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you, buddy.
Take care.
Have a great weekend. Have a great show. Your buddy Bags, Cowboy State Daily Show tomorrow. One last break and a run for the finish line. We got a super scientist coming up who's going to talk about hydrogen after this.
Yikes.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Welcome back, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. It's a finally Friday edition. We're heading into the weekend. And because it's very nearly the weekend, we're going to have to ask our next guest to go light on the science, because this guy could very easily lose our listeners in 2 seconds. He's so smart. He's going to lose me in less time than that. Please welcome into the show Eugene Holubinek, Director of Hydrogen Energy Research Center at University of Wyoming. Eugene, first off, I really don't have an understanding of how hydrogen can work in so many different ways when it comes to energy in Wyoming, and that's what I really want to dig into. But thanks for being on the show. Super appreciate it.
Well, thanks for a warm welcome. I hope you can hear me fine. And yeah, let's talk hydrogen a little bit.
Yeah, let's talk hydrogen. H2, I know that much. Let's see, I'm showing off what the building blocks, hydrogen, H2. So how does hydrogen factor into a lot of different things that Wyoming does? Low-cost coal gasification, natural gas, we got plenty of that. Wind energy, solar, nuclear. Hydrogen can play a role in a whole bunch of things, but I don't understand how. Help me.
Absolutely. Well, hydrogen is a very tricky little molecule. At the same time, we know about hydrogen a lot, and we're dealing with hydrogen for a long time now. And Wyoming deals with hydrogen also for a long time. There's a number of facilities that we have here in the state of Wyoming that produces hydrogen and or uses hydrogen for different things. One of the uses of hydrogen is, for example, oil refining. And you also can use hydrogen for your food in fertilizer. You can also do explosions, although I've been advised not to talk about this,
or advised not to do it on the Laramie campus. Yeah, no explosions.
Oh, no, we're not doing explosions on the Laramie campus. I hope at least nobody does.
Yeah.
I work here. I would prefer not to, but mining industry benefits a lot from this. And there is a Dinosaur plant in Cheyenne that produces hydrogen-based products that explode things, and then we can use coal and or other mining products and produce more energy or produce some metals that are so needed in today's world.
How long has the university had a hydrogen energy research center, and how long have you been director?
So the Hydrogen Energy Research Center was stood up about 4 years ago, and I appeared almost right after it was stood up. So I basically started the activities here related to hydrogen, although prior to my appearance, there are also faculty that were interested in hydrogen and did a lot of research on the subject matter, of course.
Okay. Well, keep in mind, we're talking to the director of the Hydrogen Energy Research Center at UW. It's Eugene Holubinek. Keep in mind, Eugene, I know almost nothing. I'm not a science person. But let's talk about, for instance, wind. Wyoming has lots of wind. Through wind turbines, we can generate energy. The problem now is we don't really have a good infrastructure and transportation lines to get the wind anywhere, to get that energy anywhere. We got to get an infrastructure going. But talk about how the role hydrogen can play. Am I understanding that the wind turbine is generating electrons that can go out of state somewhere and help someone. Hydrogen could make it so the wind turbines are generating molecules that can go. So that's, I don't even understand. I can't get my head around that.
Sure. Well, it's not only wind, the other sources, solar to some extent, and nuclear could benefit from hydrogen use in this case. We can, there are several problems with renewables on the grid. They provide some disbalance to the grid system. And so in order to balance it, we could use energy storage like batteries. We're using batteries today, and they're lithium-ion batteries, but I believe hydrogen is less wasteful and also can store energy for longer. For example, lithium-ion battery or similar technology can store for several hours worth of energy for a small city or some industrial object. But hydrogen can store for days, weeks, and months. So this is, it's not infinite capacity, but it's infinitely larger capacity than conventional battery technology. And so that's how you can balance the grid, is by opening this opportunity and using energy storage on a large scale. And it's not only related to wind, because in wind, we have generation at certain times when the wind is producing. But in certain other times, we need that balance to be put on the grid, electrons to be put on the grid. And so you can turn hydrogen into electrons again. With nuclear, you have the opposite problem, where nuclear has to produce all the time at a stable sort of capacity, but the grid doesn't always take that stable capacity. And so you have peaks and valleys. And hydrogen can smooth those peaks and valleys in both demand and supply of energy. So that's how hydrogen hopefully will be working in the near future.
There's so many different projects I can see from your website that your center is working on. And talk a little bit about water. Wyoming, semi-arid state. Water, we hear an issue here, and water is going to be an issue in the world, very much so. Super important, not talked about enough. What are you working on when it comes to anything to do with water?
Well, I appreciate your knowledge that water definitely is one of those resources, precious resources that we need to save as much as possible. And of course, Wyoming knows how to deal with water. We are very conscious about this because we have been living in this for a long time. At the same time, it is applied to the entire world. It's not only in the areas where the water is scarce, like in Wyoming. And so what we are looking to do, we are looking to reduce the water use and use waste water in order to turn it into hydrogen. And that benefits oil and gas industry, because oil and gas co-produces with oil and gas. It co-produces a lot of waste water that needs to be injected back into the subsurface. And so you can inject less of that water, and you can potentially also strip this water of the valuable minerals. That's a separate topic of discussion. But more so, you can turn this wastewater into hydrogen in a more sustainable fashion, right? Where you produce oil and gas. That's why you kind of increase the capacity and also diversify the products that oil and gas industry produces right on site.
You must have, you got some smart people there, University of Wyoming, man. Who is in the department? How do we get you more money? We got to make sure this department is better funded. Let's make sure you're getting the proper funding. But you're the director. Do you got a lot of good people working with you, for you? Who's there at the department?
There's a number of researchers right now that work in hydrogen. So Charles Nye is the PI on a number of projects. There's Sarah Buckhold. There is Robertson Cotta. There's Hao-Ming Ma. There's also a lot of faculty members that are working in hydrogen as well. There's Hai Bojai, there's Timothy Considine, and many others. There's also we also have a policy center where Matt Fry is working on policy also related to hydrogen topics. There's a lot of people in a very sustainable ecosystem right now that deals with hydrogen on campus of University of Wyoming.
Well, I'm glad you're here in Wyoming, in Laramie, working for the University of Wyoming and not anywhere else. Is any other university doing hydrogen to this degree? Wyoming on the forefront of this? How do we stack up nationwide?
Well, we are definitely not the last. Maybe we're not on the very top of the list, but we are not far away from that. We acted very early on this and stood up the center. Actually, industry came to University of Wyoming asking for the center to be implemented, and so that's how we got the center. But we are dealing with topics that are on the cutting edge of science, and we are definitely benefiting the entire nation, not only the nation of Wyoming.
Well, I appreciate you coming on. Appreciate the work you're doing there at UW. Anything else, Eugene?
Well, there's additional topic that might be of interest. It's hydrogen that is being produced from the ground, kind of like oil and gas. Well, actually, it is within the oil and gas realm. And there are many companies pursuing this as a new gold rush for white gold. And in this case, this is a white hydrogen produced within Earth's crust. And this is a very exciting topic because this is a new era of new characterization and new projects being drilled in the state of Wyoming, but also in places like Kansas and Nebraska. There's a lot of hunting for the land, and hopefully a new ecosystem of projects will be sprung up after it's all said and done.
All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate you being here. It's Eugene Halubinick. He is the director of the Hydrogen Energy Research Center at UW, doing all things hydrogen. That's in the table of elements there. It's like one of the big ones, right? I mean, hydrogen's everywhere.
It's everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Cowboy State Daily Show rolling on here on a Friday. That's very... I feel comforted knowing that there's such smart people working right here in this state at the University of Wyoming. That's exciting stuff. And you thought all we did is play football down there. Very cool. We are going to play a little football Saturday night against the Buffs. That should be fun as well. We've had a lot of great guests on today. Super entertaining, exciting, informative. Where are we heading next with things? I think we're going to do some rodeo with Will Rasmussen. Let's do that.
It's the Rodeo Road Show on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. Will Rasmussen here. Good to have you along as we head for the weekend. A conversation with Flint Rasmussen about the rodeo business and the schedule these guys and gals keep 4th of July and other weekends. And he's got a little bit of commentary. Talked to world champion tie-down roper Haven Medjid about the very thing. Flint Rasmussen on the Rodeo Road Show coming up next. Stay close.
Molson Coors would like to raise a cold Coors Banquet and a cold Coors Light to toast Colorado, Montana, and Wyoming barley growers. Thank you for another successful harvest. Hi, this is Peter Coors. It's because of your hard work and dedication that Molson Coors is able to raise the high country barley that is the main ingredient to our iconic beers that so many people enjoy. So the next time any of you have a beer, thank a farmer, because without them, it would not be possible.
Be part of something bigger. Join the American Sheep Industry Association today. Producers who join their state sheep association automatically gain ASI membership and access to national resources and representation. If your state doesn't have an association, no worries. You can still sign up individually at sheepusa.org and stay connected to the future of the industry. Your voice matters. Your membership counts. Again, learn more at sheepusa.org.
Hey, I'm going to say, I know you're big I believe you're still kind of in the rodeo business, but I said, do a little broadcast about every other week, and I've always said that cowboys just kill themselves driving up and down the road. I think the 4th of July week is kind of for theater, a lot of it, just making this run. And I've talked to a guy named Haven Medjid that agrees with me. He's like, I can pick 5 rodeos to go to and do as well if you bust your butt to go to 11. But I think I think Labor Day weekend is as important and influential in determining NFR and a world title than the 4th of July. I think Labor Day is huge. And I know we're coming,
Yeah. I've talked to our friend Ryan Mapston about that. He went to the NFR and the bronc riding 8 different times. And he said the week after the 4th was huge like that, with all the Utah rodeos and the Wyoming rodeos and all that. But Haven Medjid, he's a world champion tie-down roper, by the way, and he was out for about a month. He was down to almost 30th place, and all of a sudden, he is in the top 15 in the world.
I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
Yeah, thank you, Will, for that. Today, by the way, yesterday was National Cheeseburger Day. I don't always do what national day it is, but yesterday I felt it important because there were several fast food chains, several burger joints that were offering deals. So I wanted to make sure you didn't miss any of that. And I hope you got your cheeseburger in today. But it follows up with today, which is Butterscotch Pudding Day. So we get a little dessert after your cheeseburger. And it's also Arg Matey Talk Like a Pirate Day, just so you know. David Madison's story about the California Supreme Court clearing the way for Wyoming coal exports through Oakland. I think this is the final straw, the last, I always hesitate to say this is it. When it comes to legal wrangling, there's always seems to be an appeal, another lawsuit. But I think this effectively ends a decade-long legal battle over shipping coal from Wyoming out of an Oakland bulk and oversized terminal, getting it onto a boat and out across the Pacific. The California Supreme Court did make that ruling Wednesday, effectively ending this decades-long battle. And Oakland, the city of Oakland that had sued to keep coal out of its city, has lost this case. And Wyoming, I guess, effectively the winner. In fact, one of the coal people, one of the project developers behind this, is Phil Tagami. His quote to David Madison was, "Thank God, even in a very liberal state, the judges did not play." Tagami referring to the progressive politics driving local opposition to coal exports. Tagami estimates it'll take about 2.5 years of doing the permits and getting everything ready, but the first cargo ship to leave the Oakland port with Wyoming coal on it could happen in 2028. That's positive news, certainly, for the Wyoming coal industry. I like that. David Madison has the story of the Cowboy State Daily. That's going to do it for us on a Friday and for the week. Have a great weekend. Enjoy your buddy bags. Tomorrow, we'll see you first thing Monday on the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. A new way Wyoming wakes up.